Let's get some music going. There we go. Let me just make sure that this is working. $9 p.m. Son of a bitch. I hate it when they pick me on a Friday. I do. I dislike that. I'd rather be spending time with my friends instead of, 9 p.m. debating this stuff, I guess. But I have a video here. And once again, it did not load my thumbnail, so I have to fix that. Hey, say hello to Peppers. Peppers, what are you doing? Z-Raid says the question whether Renee Good was murdered, because yes. Yeah, that's unironically what the question is. Somehow they found somebody who thinks that they were not murdered. Also, why is my chat not working? Should be working. Test. Is chat not working? Okay, why didn't it work for you? That's so weird. Whatever. Gonna let everybody know that I'm streaming. Pull up my live. Raiden Jack says, good evening. Did she die? Yes. Did she have to? No. Yes, that's correct. Exactly. Roddyster says, get it in, Amender. You got this, brother. Thank you. Appreciate it. My cat Pepper is already terrorizing my desk. I have no idea. Pepper, she seems to know when I'm streaming. She's just like, oh, are you streaming? Well, okay, fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to offend you. Oh. What do you want, duties? Oh, baby. How are you doing, little lady? You good? What is this? What are you doing? Oh, yo. She's a pretty girl. Alright, you good? Don't mess with cables. Be good and don't mess with cables, okay? Alright, okay, I'll leave you alone. Ow, ow! Plexicam says hello. Hi, Plexicam. Local says, meowing for the algorithm. Meow. Stay safe and hydrated, everyone. Thank you. Is today a debate day or a chill day? Yeah, there's going to be a debate on Modern Day Debate. And FYI, I have zero idea of who I'm debating. They didn't mention it to me. I have a pretty clear video. Like, I have a video for this. And it's as clear as day. illustrated exactly what it is and why and how. I just honestly, I don't see like a way out of this at all. You guys are going to be able to see the intro soon when the debate starts at 9 o'clock. It's currently 8:19. Should I take some calls? Moaz says, nice cat, Amender. Thank you. Vinny says, she was there to obstruct justice from federal law enforcement, following them, parking horizontally on the road, leading the mob, then hit an officer who was recently dragged by a car. Yeah, you're gonna find some pretty damning evidence against the ICE officer, and I'm going to present that information. You will have it all. You will see it. We'll go over it. You'll see. Tell you what. Since we've got like 40 minutes to wait, we might as well take some calls. Let me pull up my phone. If you want to have a conversation, we can do it. Let me turn off Do Not Disturb. We're taking calls. 202-998-5218. Call in if you want to have a discussion. You're on the line, First Amender.
Hello.
Hello. Can I get your name?
Hi, my name is Marisola. I am 93 years old.
I do plan on actually having a decent conversation. Please try to take this in good faith. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. Let's take a look here. So it says here, Rod Easter is listed a YouTube channel and says that's him. You've got a few to check him out. Okay, cool. Let's take a look. Let's see what we got here. Oh, Jesus, dude. God, what the fuck? I swear you can't make this shit up. This guy is everything that I'm worried about with modern politics. That's wild. I guess I'll watch one, but let's see if there's any one regarding the shooting. Let's see. Black liberal, unashamedly Mark Zohran Mamdani, Quran oath. Dumb sex worker, thinks she's in... Jesus, this guy sucks. Liberals get embarrassed on gender ideology. Harry Sisson. Honestly, I'd be surprised if I even get 5 subscribers with this guy. Let's see here. We got a few... Christian nationalism is stupid, and I say that as a Christian. Thank you. Thank you. Listen, there's nothing wrong with you being a Christian, but there's a reason why we've made society to be secular in the United States. It's so that you can't have religion push their belief and worldview onto other people who are not that religion. You know, could you imagine if that was the case? Like where it's like you were forced to be Jewish or forced to be Mormon or forced to be, you know, maybe have Sharia law. All right, so let's take a look here. So Trump is a racist. You're a racist. Let's see. CNN, Nick Shirley. Did this guy at all talk about the shooting? Okay, no, it says, was she murdered? Renee Good was murdered. I actually really like his, he's got a really good thumbnail here. Better than mine. I didn't even bother to take that much effort into it. That's a really good picture, I think. But it says here it's scheduled. So that's the one that we're having. But I want to see, I mean, he hasn't even talked about it. He's just talking about, okay, so let's see what he has to say here.
want to see me dead. Well, I'm a leftist. I don't want to see you dead. I'm a Christian.
You call Trump's administration a neo-fascist movement, you lunatic. It's
make a
rhetoric
case
due
for
to
that,
people
too.
like you that got that man killed, sir.
No. There are such a thing as neo-fascists. And look at him laughing now. This is a joke, man. Pierce, it's not worth it.
Cornel West rage quits the Piers Morgan show because he can't handle Andrew Wilson. Pierce is going to ask Cornel a question about...
To be fair, Andrew Wilson is probably one of the most vitriolic people. I mean, to call like a discussion with Andrew Wilson, it's not really like a discussion, if you will. It's, if anything, it's him chiding you and degrading you and making fun of you. And then after the debate, you'll have dozens and dozens of his like sycophantic audience follow you for weeks and just hate and just hate post. Let's see. Rod Easter says he reeks of an Andrew Wilson debate university clone. Dude, imagine paying Andrew Wilson money to join his debate university, bruh. Oh my God. That's bottom of the barrel right there.
Charlie Kirk and the rhetoric on the left. And after Cornell answers, Andrew triggers him in less than 30 seconds. You got it.
Yeah, because he's like flagrantly antagonistic. That's what Andrew Wilson does. He's a really nasty person and it's so sad to see that. I mean, then again, it's not really that. It kind of makes sense that he would be on Piers Morgan anyway.
Let's see this.
There is little doubt to me that the constant rhetoric on the left, the woke left, let me be specific to where I think a lot of the blame lies.
The rhetoric on the left, by the way, as opposed to what? The rhetoric that you see on the right? I mean, I think there's like rhetoric on both sides, but to me, it's like it's apples to oranges. I mean, people are sitting there arguing, well, you know, looking at an innocent person die to ice that, she deserved it. Oh, she was a woke leftist. Like it is so vitriolic. I mean, you could just hop on Twitter and observe that stuff. It's just wild. Rubik says Andrew Wilson has a university. Yeah. So he charges people money to like get on and learn how to debate. It's really, really cringe.
Ever since Donald Trump came into power in 2016, has been this relentless use of the phrases Hitler, Nazis, fascists about Trump and about Trump supporters. And the problem with constantly saying this as a group, as the woke left have done for 9 years now, is that eventually it permeates down to young, impressionable minds who genuinely believe that it is their mission to stop America from being taken over by the new Nazis or the new fascists or the new Hitler. And that leads to the kind of thing we saw with Charlie Kirk. Do you agree that this language, this relentless...
Joepio says he has a debate course for $300. Could you imagine? Could you imagine paying that? Like, oh yeah, everybody, let's all pay Andrew Wilson money so that way you can learn to debate. All right, let's keep going.
In my view, woeful misuse, particularly of the word Nazi, towards Trump and his supporters. This is part of the problem.
Well, I think part of the deeper problem, though, Brother Pierce, is that the organized greed and weaponized hatred and routinized indifference toward the vulnerable has come together in such a way that it has eroded the sources of character formation, so that integrity, honesty, decency, and self-critical sensibilities of individuals and groups is more and more disappearing.
God, Andrew Wilson, like, imagine what it smells like inside Andrew Wilson's studio. Imagine that dude chain smokes. Imagine the dust that is inside his computer, all caked up and black with the gooey nicotine tar all throughout his computer. God, it's got to be so nasty. Imagine that Shure microphone just leaning up to it and smelling that freaking it has got to smell horrible. Oh, Jesus. He's got to quit. I mean, this dude's like just hardcore chain smoking. He's such a nasty, nasty person.
Ring. So when you end up with because hatred itself is promiscuous, just like greed, just like indifference toward the suffering of others. It's promiscuous. It will lie with the left, right, center. It lies with Christians. It lies with Muslims. It lies with Jews. It lies with Buddhists. It lies with Hindus. And human.
Let's see. Rod Easter says, full disclosure, I was a Crucible Crew member for a time, but some of his orbiters are mad racists. I do not think Andrew Wilson is one, but my mom's always said, you are no better than the company you keep. Oh, man. Very true. Your mom is very wise. Aaron Clark said, I'd stopped smoking inside after a year of doing it. It is so gross. The house is overall in great shape after new paint. Man, and this guy has been smoking in front of that for years. He's been smoking like that, longer than a year, and you had to paint the entire house. Oh my goodness, terrifying.
Human beings were so wretched in the first place. If we don't undergo some kind of spiritual and moral...
Isn't this guy like a really, isn't he like really popular among the left? I think I've seen this guy. Yeah. Cornel West. This guy's like a really moral human being. Let me quickly just look up Cornel West. Because I could have sworn I recognize this person. Yeah, man. This is so sad. This is so sad because it's like you're talking about like Cornel West, American philosopher, a theologian, political activist, politician, social critic, and public intellectual, independent candidate. He's an outspoken voice of left-wing politics in the United States. The grandson of a Baptist minister, West's primary philosophy focuses on the roles of race, gender, class struggle in American society. A socialist, West draws intellectual contributions from multiple traditions, including Christianity, the Black Church, democratic socialism, left-wing populism, neo-pragmatism, and transcendentalism. It's like you're talking about somebody who has been doing this for decades. His whole life has been dedicated to his ideals, which, I mean, he's coming from a good place. And here he is on Piers Morgan next to Andrew Wilson. Like, of all of the people that you're going to be going, having a conversation with, this person should never be speaking to somebody as low as Andrew Wilson.
Cultivation, we end up falling back on greed and hatred and indifference. And I mean, the American empire at this...
Imagine like the level of education that guy has, by the way, just FYI, Cornel West. Once again, born in 1953. This guy has been there, done that. This dude's got a gray beard at this point. A civil rights activist. And this dude has been arguing consistently his whole life. And here we got Andrew Wilson. Oh, Jesus. This makes me sick to my stomach to see.
This moment is one in which the lethal combination of the hatred and the greed and the indifference generates very much the exchange that we just saw. You see, this brother right...
Mind you, right, Andrew Wilson, he has cultivated a large hate audience, like a following of people that are sycophantic to his plea, because there is an increase of Christian nationalism. However, I think if you tried to sell Andrew Wilson's ideas to the public, I think people would reject Andrew Wilson. I think broke my heart to see Andrew make him crash out like that. Well, let's see what happens.
Right here says, well, all leftists want to see me dead. Well, I'm a leftist. I don't want to see you dead. I'm a Christian.
You called Trump's administration a neo-fascist movement, you lunatic.
This is always
I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of neo-fascists in the Trump movement. They do exist.
the excuse on the left. Charlie didn't deserve it, but, and then they list all the reasons that he actually did deserve it, right? Don't worry, though. Andrew's not letting this one slide.
Wait a minute. We weren't talking about Charlie. None of that was about Charlie. Where did you get Charlie Kirk? Did I miss that? Hold on, let's go back.
James, that we just saw. You see, this brother right here says, well, all leftists want to see me dead. Well, I'm a leftist. I don't want to see you dead. I'm a Christian.
You called Trump's administration a neo-fascist movement, you
All right, so he's saying that you called the Trump administration a neo-fascist movement, you lunatic.
lunatic.
This is always the excuse on the left. Charlie didn't deserve it, but, and then they list all.
Where did you get here, Charlie Kirk? Am I going to be going up against somebody that can't listen? I'm genuinely worried. Andrew Wilson does not have a degree from a 4-year college. He was a blue-collar robotics mechanic, likely was fixing serial conveyor belts. Jeez. I don't know anything about Andrew Wilson's education level. I mean, to be fair, I have a bachelor's in management of information systems. You know, I mean, it's an okay degree. It's done its job. I make an okay amount of money. It pays the bills. So, but I don't know what the level of education of Andrew Wilson is. Let's see. So this is what Dr. James has got you working on Friday night. Well, if it's any consolation, right, do me a favor, hit that like button. The fact that I'm sitting here and I'm doing this on a Friday night, I totally could have told James, no, I'm not doing that. We're not doing that. I hate, but if you hit that like button, if you hit that subscribe when you're not subscribed, it makes it all worth it. It really does. Anyway, let's continue the video.
All the reasons that he actually did deserve it, right? Don't worry, though. Andrew's not letting this one slide.
Yes,
People
yes,
have
indeed.
gone out
You're
of your
absolutely
way.
right.
You have gone out of your way.
All right, just FYI, right? The person who's crashing out is not Cornell. The person, this dude, he came in and went immediately just yelling at Cornell, right? A very well esteemed philosopher here. Let's see. Fupa Boy says, isn't James a Christian himself? Honestly, I think James is a snake. James is snake. Yes. So Cornell West, he's a Christian.
Let me make the
to
case.
do everything
Let me
possible
make
to
the
cultivate
case.
this.
Let me make.
Okay. All right. So he's yelling and it's so sad, man. We've got somebody, God, oh my God. He's like half his age and he's talking to him like this. So vitriolic, so nasty. That's so sad to see, man. Andrew looks upset in this freeze frame. Yeah, that's funny. I mean, look, just watch him.
No,
He's
let me make the
screaming.
case.
He's screaming at the top of his lungs at this old man who's been advocating human decency and human rights his entire life.
Everything
Let
possible
me
to
make the
cultivate
case.
this.
Let me make the case.
Oh, yeah,
Will
you
you
just
allow
made
me to
your
speak,
case.
brother?
You
Come
just
on, man.
made your-
Rod Easter has just subscribed. Thank you very much for the subscription, Rod Easter. I really appreciate it. It makes it worth it to sit here and do whole videos like this on Friday nights when I could be going out and having fun with some friends. So I appreciate that.
Come on.
case.
No. You haven't made the case. If you think I've made the case, then you're not interested in dialogue.
You just
You
said
All right, we we got a phone call. Let's take that phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, Mender, Bumpy.
Hey, Bumpy.
Driving to poker night, and I saw you had a live going right now.
Yeah,
is this debate prep for you?
Yeah, well, so yeah, I was just going over Alexander Medeiros' video on some. It's so sad. I mean, I'm looking at, Pierce Morgan bringing up Cornel West, and Andrew Wilson is yelling at the poor guy.
Listen, I disagree with a lot of the politics of Brother West, but Brother West is a good man.
I agree. I mean, like, I'm not a socialist, right? Mind you, I'm not a socialist. I don't agree with socialism. I don't think it works. But I do argue with like capitalism with social safety nets. I think that works. So, I mean, I disagree with Cornel West in that, in that essence. But yeah, again, I mean, it's like you're talking about somebody who's been, man, this guy has been doing this for over half a century. This guy is in his 80s, or he's 72. He was born in 1953. This guy has been doing this for decades. And then you've got, a guy like Andrew Wilson just yelling at the poor man. It's terrible.
And Brother West is a true believer. It's hard to be. You can be vitriolic with somebody who's a grifter, but if someone's a true believer, honor that. They back up what they say. It's not lip service.
They live that life. I mean, what is his net worth? I can't even imagine. It's very high.
I think he's a professor at Princeton. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I wouldn't say he's in the millions, but I would say he's probably somewhere in.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Low millions.
Yeah, I mean, he's got an annual income of about $200,000 from professorship, speaking, in retirement. I mean, this guy, imagine how much money. Yes, it looks like that Cornel West has a net worth of $1.5 million.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, I would probably imagine to say Andrew Wilson has at least that and then some, which is kind of tells you, I guess, like, where people's principles are.
And the paradigm has shifted. It's a whole new world. Cornel West, unfortunately, is a relic. That's just the world we live in today.
I mean, do you think that people genuinely want to go to like Christian nationalism? Do you believe like a majority of Americans unironically want Christian nationalism? I feel like that's not the case.
No, I would agree with you. I've been exposed to some Andrew Wilson, not a lot. If I had to guess his audience, I think there's a lot of men in their 20s to 40s that feel impotent. And I don't mean in a sexual way. I just mean in life. And I think that having someone voice strongly in the opposite kind of lights a fire under people. But I also think it's a message that burns out quickly. I think you get exposed to it, you get jazzed up, and then you realize there's not a lot behind it. And you move on.
Well, and then to be honest, like assume that Andrew Wilson could get everything that he wanted, which is to turn the entirety of the United States into a Christian theocracy, Eastern Orthodox theocracy. Who's to say that the Eastern Orthodoxes are the ones that are going to make the decision? Why not the Protestants? Why not the Catholics? Why not the Mormons? Why not the Southern Baptists? And it's like, this is just going to result in infighting, no different from, say, the Middle East, where you have people who argue, Sunni versus Shiite versus, all sorts of different Islamic sects. They just fight each other. And it's like, do you really believe that if you establish your Christian theocracy, that all of a sudden things are going to be hunky-dory? No, you're going to end up fighting anyway.
No, you keep creating a nurse versus them. It's like we spoke about yesterday. You get a theocratic government, it's never going to work. You can't control what people think or worship.
I agree.
Freedom is the only real thing that works because it allows you to stray, but it also allows you to come back if you realize that your stray didn't lead you where you wanted to be.
Yeah.
If I may ask, what's your topic? It's whether that lady was murdered.
shortly we're heading on to modern day debate.
Oh, so you're going to do this tonight?
Yeah, I'm doing this tonight. I'm going on Modern Day Debate. You'll be able to see it on my channel. So don't go on Modern Day Debate to watch it, because you're going to be able to see everything that I mean, my channel, I'm going to show the whole thing. And at the same time, Modern Day Debate, they get hundreds of viewers, concurrent viewers live. And I appreciate it if people stick around on my channel, because it does help.
Yeah, you got it. I mean, I'm going to be playing poker, but I'll leave you on the phone. I'll try to follow it as best I can.
Sick. I appreciate it, Bumpy.
Well, you're welcome, First Amender. You have yourself a great night, and I don't want to wish you luck, but I guess break a leg.
Yep. You have a great day.
Bye now.
Bye-bye. All right. So Dr. Macho Taco says Andrew Wilson has got an ego, maybe bigger than Wes Watson ego. Oh, sorry. Jesse Sewell says Wilson isn't screaming at him. No, he is. He definitely was. So here, look. I mean, just listen to what how he's speaking to him right here.
I don't want to see you dead. I'm a Christian.
You called Trump's administration a neo-fascist movement, you lunatic.
Yeah, so he's immediately going straight into yelling. I mean, I don't know if you think that that's like a normal tone to have, but to me, that's not a normal tone. It just, that sounded like he was for sure yelling right from the gate. And then you said West is far from an internationally respected academic. No, he is an internationally respected academic. I can provide that. We'll pull up Cornell West. Here we go. Much more so than Andrew Wilson. I mean, you're talking effectively a titan in terms of as a public intellectual. You could see Cornell Ronald West, born in 1953, is an American philosopher, theologian, political activist, politician, social critic, and public intellectual. West was an independent candidate for the 2024 United States presidential election and is an outspoken voice in left-wing politics in the United States. For sure, he's, let's see, he says his ideas are flaccid, nonsensical. You're sounding like a hater. I'm just going to be honest with you. But I don't know. I mean, maybe there's some bite to what you're saying. I mean, you can give me a quick call. I'll hear you out. Though I am showing up on Modern Day Debate shortly, so we can only make a very short call. He believes love means you must lie to all the children. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm just saying that he is a very highly respected intellectual, at least in the as a public intellectual. You see here, public intellectual. It says a public intellectual describes an intellectual participating in the public affairs of discourse of society in addition to an academic career. Regardless of their academic fields or professional expertise, public intellectuals address and respond to the normative problems of society and, as such, are expected to be impartial critics who can rise above the partial preoccupation of one's own profession and engage with the global issues of truth, judgment, and taste of the time. I genuinely never understand. Joepio says, I genuinely never understand you wokies on the yelling stuff. Like anyone can pull up a decibel meter on the video audio and see Andrew stays calm and laughing. Cornell bounces in his chair yelling. I don't know what you're watching. I could see it myself. All right, let's take this phone call, okay? You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, Mender, sorry to spam you, brother. Just last second thought. Make sure you mention that that you've got the call-in format and invite people to call you after the debate and continue arguing with you. I think it'd be good traction.
Yeah, no, that's I do that.
Okay, you got it. Later.
Appreciate it. let's see here. Come on, people. Let's go ahead and hit the like button and support the show. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for hitting, if you are hitting that like button. We're going to be having that debate very shortly. I believe it's what? It's, yeah, I'm just waiting for an email at this point. Just got the email. Okay. Just got that email. Okay, let's open that. All right, hold on. I got to turn on the virtual camera. So we're going to do, that's the, okay, looks good. Join. Okay. Is it going to do it? All right, we're just going to wait a little bit, let it do its thing. Let's see here. Gonna join my own live. Just make sure. Okay. All right. This ought to be interesting. So get this, I have there's going to be the show itself, and I have an intro that I think is going to be very good, but I think it's slightly beyond. Ooh. You're on the line with First Amender.
Yes, hi. I was just watching your stream, and I just was listening to you talk about Andrew, and I had a couple of questions for you, if that was okay.
Sure.
I heard you talking about how terrible he is, smoking man bad, as you would jokingly say, right? And I heard you say, it sounds almost like what's the word, like enviously, right? How much money he makes. And then you tie that negatively to his principles. So I wonder if you don't think he deserves to earn money or entertain people, or are you just jealous that he earns money?
No, I mean, I'm not against him earning money.
Okay, so could you tell me how that would be a negative correlation to his principles then?
Well, I think like when you have, for example, somebody who claims to be, a socialist, and the fact that, he had been intellectually speaking for as long as they seem to uphold their principles. And I mean, to me, it does appear to be that Andrew Wilson, he does do a lot of grifting with his debate platform. I mean, get your bag. I'm not against getting your bag. It just shows you a little bit where his principles are.
Well, I guess I don't really understand that. Personally, as somebody who's moved around the debate space for some time, specifically talking about, the debate bros, quote unquote, and chicks, but mostly guys, as I'm sure you know, it's not unusual for these people to charge for their time. And people like Andrew also actually put a lot of time and effort into preparing for debates. They study up on information, and they usually win, or at least he does, right? I don't think we could really quabble about that.
There's your problem right there. You're under the impression that debates are intended to win or lose.
Well, when I say win, I don't always necessarily mean win as in the traditional sense of like, ha, beat you, owned you, ha ha. I mean, in a marketplace of ideas, certain ideas can win out an audience, right?
I mean, well, the one thing that I have against Andrew Wilson is that his ideas, should we follow them to the nth degree, it would result in a huge amount of suffering across society. Because if he establishes his quote unquote theocracy, and forcing people to be Eastern Orthodox, there's going to be an X group of people that will not appreciate that and won't want that. And it will just make life worse for a huge proportion of people. And then after that, they have already separated the haves and have-nots, they would just end up in more infighting specifically among the Christians as to what delegation of Christianity or what sect of Christianity that you follow.
Well, I don't necessarily agree. I feel like that's a pretty big presumption. I
You think
understand
that
why somebody.
society would be better if it were a theocracy?
Well, I'm not even necessarily asserting that. I'm just saying that I'm not
I
sure.
have to get going. I have to get going. James is just came on, so I'll talk to you later. Have a good
Sure
day.
thing.
I appreciate you calling.
You too.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
All right. I have to
Hi,
call
guys.
first. Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Pardon my delay.
You're fine.
Ooh, scrambling over here, but we should be able to start on time still. And I'm so excited. I'm sure it's going to be a quality debate. You guys are both well read and also well spoken. So, how was your guys' day today?
Good. Had a good day.
Yeah, do you go by First Amender? Did I just call you that?
Yeah, you could just call me First Amender.
Okay, you can call me Alex if you'd like, or Alexander, whatever you'd like.
You got it, Alex.
Cool, nice to meet you, man.
Now,
But yeah, my day was good, James.
real quick, James, I wanted to point out, how long is the intro supposed to be? It's supposed to be 5 minutes, correct?
It's flexible. So if you guys want 5, cool. If you want 10, we can do as long as 10.
Yeah.
If you want 2, that's okay.
Okay, yeah, because I have I worked on editing a video of specific clips for my intro. And I have it here. I think it's like 5 minutes, 40 seconds long. And I just wanted to make sure that that's okay.
Yeah, I think as long as your video as long as you're narrating it instead of using their audio, is that possible?
It literally is me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You got it. And I'm gonna just do a couple quick checks here in OBS.
Yeah, I'll need like 10 minutes if that's all right from what I wrote out. I forgot to ask you.
Yeah, that works. No problem. And I'll just fix this really quick. I hope you guys had nice weather where you are. Today was a beautiful day here in Las Vegas.
Definitely don't have Las Vegas weather. That's for sure. I'm in the Northeast, but it was warmer than usual.
That's based. And all right, there. I think that does it. Let me check. Let me do a quick sound test. If you can do a quick 1, 2, 3 for me, First Amender.
1, 2, 3, testing.
Good. And then also Alex, please.
1, 2, 3, testing.
I knew it. First Amender, I would say if you can turn yours down just a bit. And then Alex, if you can turn yours up just a bit. But more so, First Amender, yours is quite powerful. You have a microphone that it's very Chad-like. It's very strong.
All right. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Is that better?
That is better. Let me just test though really quick. How about Alex? Can you do 1, 2, 3?
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Better. But I'd say First Amender, from where I have like the little meter switch.
Am I still loud?
Yours is very powerful. It's very
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Still, I'd say it's like the same.
That's not possible. I just turned it down another 10%. Let me try
Bro,
again.
You're maxed.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Let me just check if it's anything on my end, but let me check this. Okay, can you try again?
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, you're at about -10 on the meter.
All right,
Go
I'm
ahead,
at 47 decibels now.
Check 1, 2, 3, testing.
Alex, keep going, please.
Oh, checking 1, 2, 3, testing. 1, 2, 3, checking my mic. 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yours is close. I think we're probably fine.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. How's that?
Yours just doesn't change, man. It's very
All right.
powerful.
Well,
It's what's another word besides
I
Chad?
think Zoom automatically changes your level too, so I think even changing it on our end, like I have
I turned it off automatic. I turned it off.
Okay.
You're just such a Chad First Amender that it just
Nope.
it's like,
Soy boy liberal. Can't.
it's
I just
2
own that.
seconds. All right, here we go. What I'm going to do is 2 seconds. I'll be right back. There's a little beeping in the background. I don't know if you can hear that.
You've had that background for a while, huh?
Yeah, I like it. Do you like it?
Yeah. Yeah, so it reminds me of, I don't know if you ever played the game Maple Story.
Yeah. No, I remember
Yeah.
Maple Story. There was I got this background. It was from, I think it's a game called King of Fighters. I like a lot of old school kind of, though I don't really play fighters, ironically enough. I just thought it looked nice. It was a nice background, and I just stuck with it.
Yeah, it's definitely become part of the brand, I think.
Yeah.
I always see the background now. I have green screen too, obviously, and I just picked this, and I don't know. It's trouble changing it all the time, so I just kept it.
I'm ready. I'm going to start the stream. They won't see or hear us yet, but it will just test to be sure that the connection is good and where we need it. Let me check over here. Who would like to go first? Usually it would be the yes. So first amender, that would be you in this case.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, so as usual, I'll go on screen with my cold open. I'll say, hey, everybody, today we're debating the topic. And I'll say, and we're starting right now with First Amender's opening statement. Thanks for being with us. And then you'll know when to go. Let me just test that this is coming through. Why is the audio not coming through? Let me just test that I... Perfect. Here I go. 3, 2, 1, ready, set. Oh, I forgot. It's playing a little DebateCon ad. So this will be another 14 seconds, and then I'm gonna let it rip. How now, brown cow? Okay, here I go. Hey, everybody. Tonight we're debating whether or not Renee Good was murdered by ICE, and we are starting right now with First Amender's opening statement. Thank you very much for being with us, First Amender. The floor is all yours.
I have prepared a video on this, and I would like to share that. Hang tight while I do that.
Ready
I just want to also make sure that everybody can see it on the modern day debate end. It is very important that this is also a visual experience. So
they're getting the full visual experience. Can confirm.
Perfect. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and get it started. At the beginning of the clip, we can observe Renee Good blocking traffic, likely protesting ICE presence. We will be pausing during key points of various clips found to understand the full context of the evidence, be it showing the ICE officers' potential innocence.
It's on pause, just so you know.
It's not on pause. That's in the video.
Oh, forgive me. I'm a boomer.
All right, we'll try again. Here we go. Just listen for a second. I'll just go back slightly. Text of the evidence, be it showing the ICE officers' potential innocence or guilt in the matter. The ICE officer has given a lawful order to get out of the vehicle to potentially investigate citizenship status of Renee Good. Renee has a responsibility to stop the vehicle and step out. Renee Good does not perform this, making her next set of actions illegal in the eyes of the law.
You're not narrating, are you?
So that's me talking, but
nobody. Oh, we can't hear you. It's just been video.
You cannot hear that?
Correct. So if if your narration is already recorded,
hold on.
You have to click. There's a little button when you click screen share, where go ahead and I'm gonna push you out from.
I'll stop the
Correct.
share, and then I'll share one more time. I apologize.
So, no problem.
We'll try one more time. Hold on.
Now who's the boomer? Now, so first click share.
I see it.
and-
It says share sound. My apologies. I
That's
did
all
not
right.
notice that. I assumed that would have. All right. Well, we'll have to start over. So this is important. Okay. You ready?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I did not notice that. Here we
No
go. One more
problem.
time. At the beginning of the clip, we can observe Renee Good blocking traffic, likely protesting ICE presence. We will be pausing during key points of various clips found to understand the full context of the evidence, be it showing the ICE officer's potential innocence or guilt in the matter. The ICE officer has given a lawful order to get out of the vehicle to potentially investigate citizenship status of Renee Good. Renee has a responsibility to stop the vehicle and step out. Renee Good does not perform this, making her next set of actions illegal in the eyes of the law. The officer in question, Jonathan Ross, not the officer actively trying to open the door to Renee Good's vehicle, can be seen in front of the vehicle and is currently midway into pulling his firearm out while recording with his phone from his left hand. Here we can see Jonathan Ross having fired his first shot at Renee Good, which we now know as having been the shot to kill her, as the vehicle had been put in drive and then began moving forward and to the right. However, by looking closely at the footage, by the time the first shot had been fired, we can observe that Jonathan Ross's feet both firmly planted alongside the vehicle, preventing any chance of Jonathan Ross's life being threatened to warrant such an action. Here we can observe a second and a third shot fired as the car began to veer off to the right, clearly out of Jonathan Ross's way. If he wasn't safe enough from being run over by Renee Good, he certainly was now that he had been firing at a fleeing vehicle. Here in a separate angle, we can observe the car moving forward and to the right while we see Jonathan Ross's feet once again planted alongside of the vehicle by the time the first shot had been fired. The words, "That's fine, dude, I'm not mad at you," are the last words Renee Good made before tragically losing her life to Jonathan Ross.
Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know.
Jonathan Ross having diligently recorded the license plate of Renee Good, which, under different circumstance, would be used to find Renee's address and submit a court order for fleeing the scene and blocking traffic in the state of Minnesota. However, this ultimately does not happen due to the actions of Jonathan Ross took upon himself that day.
It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the...
Jonathan Ross, in observing the vehicle having been taken out of park and put in reverse, had decided to place his body in front of the vehicle to block her from leaving. This is around the same time he also, while recording on his phone, never once losing control of the phone in his left hand, reached for his gun on the right, likely to scare Renee Good from leaving. Here we can observe Renee Good clearly making an effort to turn her car to the right away from the ICE officer and her partner telling her to drive, baby, drive.
Whoa!
In Minnesota Statute 609.06, authorized use of force, a person including private citizens and peace officers may use reasonable force when they reasonably believe that it is necessary under certain circumstances, such as resisting an offense against themselves or another, or assisting in lawful arrest. Minnesota recognizes deadly force, example such as shooting a firearm at someone, a force that is intended or that the actor should reasonably know creates a substantial risk of death or of great bodily harm. The taking of life or use of deadly force is only justified when it is necessary to resist or prevent an offense that the actor reasonably believes exposes themselves or another to great bodily harm or death. Should Jonathan Ross consult an attorney, the attorney would likely instruct Jonathan to state clearly that he felt his life was in danger and that he had no other option but to shoot. However, due to the actions of Jonathan Ross, the fact that he placed himself in a precarious situation, he held a phone and never lost control of the phone in fear of his life, and that he had fired multiple shots despite having been away from the face of danger, as can be seen in the footage, leaves me no other choice but to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Jonathan Ross is guilty of murder of Renee Good. I'll go ahead and stop sharing that.
Okay, we're ready for you.
Cool.
Did you have anything else, First Amender?
That my intro speaks my thoughts on the topic.
You got it. I'm going to kick it over to Wi-Fi Gospel. A couple of quick housekeeping things. First, folks, if you're new here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James. We are a fully neutral platform hosting only debates. That's it, period, with fair moderation. Also, if you did not know, you've been living on Mars in a cave with your fingers in your ears. You haven't heard about DebateCon 7. As you can see at the bottom right of your screen, it's in Houston, Texas, Saturday, January 31st. What are you waiting for? Get your tickets now. We're expecting this to fully sell out. Tickets are linked in the description box and pinned at the top of the chat and comments. And with that, thank you very much. Wi-Fi Gospel, the floor is all yours.
Excuse me, just got a little bit of a cough here. All right, I'm going to be blunt. Renee Good got what she deserved. And I know that sounds harsh, but that's exactly what it means for the use of deadly force to be justified, right? Deserve means, given the rules or standards we're using, the outcome is appropriate. To deserve something is for it to be warranted by the situation. Now, if you're a federal law enforcement officer in this country, like an ICE agent, your authority exists only because Congress gave it to you. It must be exercised in a manner consistent with constitutional limits, and it loses legal effect the moment it exceeds those limits. So what are those limits? Well, specifically with use of force, under the Fourth Amendment, government officers, including ICE agents, can only use deadly force when there is an immediate threat of death or serious bodily harm. This is, of course, the same constitutional test used for police shootings nationwide. And what is required to satisfy this test is that the force used must be judged, or the threat must be judged from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene without the benefit of 20/20 hindsight. So what did this officer see? How did this officer act? And is it in line with what an objectively reasonable officer would have done in that same situation? The first question we should all have is the ICE agent legally allowed to detain Renee Good in this situation? I'm glad to see that First Amender in his video said yes, that was a lawful order. And of course, we could just go through 18 U.S.C. Section 111, but I'll skip that since we do agree on that. Jonathan Ross and other ICE agents were being forcibly impeded by Renee Good's vehicle. We have an eyewitness saying that she led the effort in trying to impede ICE as they were carrying out official duties. And so we have a federal agent granted authority by Congress on official duty directed by the proper governing body to carry out legal and lawful commands to find and detain illegal aliens for deportation. Then we have a woman who was on the board of her son's school actively encouraging other parents to not only protest ICE, but harass them. I'm going to read this from a CNN article. The woman killed by an immigration and customs enforcement agent in Minneapolis last week served on the board of her son's school, which linked to documents encouraging parents to monitor ICE and directing them to training. Another guide linked to in the training document stresses nonviolent responses to ICE agents, while also encouraging a refusal to comply with demands, requests, and orders. It suggests creative tactics, noting that crowds, props, traffic, and noise can make detentions difficult. Sometimes ICE vehicles can't move, and this is an exact quote. They say, whoops. So I wonder if this training included information about USC 18, Section 111. That if there is obstruction, then ICE can legally detain you. I wonder if Renee Good knew that. They were using creative tactics to make detention difficult, which is just another way to say we are trying to obstruct ICE from detaining illegal immigrants as legally as possible. But when you're in this gray area of free speech and expression versus obstruction, your behavior and actions are easily led to cross into obstruction. And when they do, ICE has every right to detain you. Another concept I want to talk about is Supremacy Clause immunity. This is a constitutional doctrine protecting federal officers from state prosecution for actions taken in their official duties stemming from the Supremacy Clause, which is Article 6. That makes federal law supreme, preventing states from undermining federal operations. So based on 18 U.S.C. Section 111 and Supremacy Clause immunity, the ICE agents were performing a lawful detention and are immune from any state prosecution. The only thing we need to be worried about is constitutional law and specifically the Fourth Amendment. Was the use of force justified or not? Before we answer that question, I need to point out, Ross, the ICE agent who shot Renee Good, was not standing in front of the vehicle in order to block it in. That is clearly evident. He got out of his vehicle to film her vehicle, and then he headed back to his own vehicle and looked like he was about to hop in. He would have hopped back in his truck if it weren't for Renee's girlfriend. She started talking shit to the officer again, so he turned around to film her. Then he heard his fellow agent order Renee out of the car, so he went to position himself in a vantage point to assist his fellow agent. Where should he have gone? He had an agent on the driver's side. There was nobody in the passenger seat. There was only a dog in the back seat. So he positioned himself towards the front of the vehicle to try to assist his fellow agent. The other agent, who was at the driver's side door trying to open it, was in a very vulnerable situation. Cops get drugged by cars all the time from that position. In fact, Ross, the shooter, was dragged 6 months ago by a vehicle from that exact position, so he knows how dangerous it is. Again, he was not attempting to block Renee's car with his body. He was simply trying to get the best angle to cover his fellow agent. However, even if it were the case that he was purposefully standing in front of the vehicle to try and block an escape attempt, it would not be considered officer-created jeopardy. Officer-created jeopardy applies only when an officer unreasonably places themselves in immediate danger, not when they face a speculative or future risk. Standing in front of a stationary vehicle does not by itself create an imminent threat. The suspect retains control over whether the encounter escalates. The woman was given verbal commands which are reasonably perceived to be a detention. She then tried to flee, and in an attempt to flee, accelerated aggressively in the direction of the ICE agent, who would not be able to know the immediate direction of Good's movement nor her intentions. Remember, in Graham versus Connor, the Fourth Amendment is interpreted as whatever an objectively reasonable police officer would perceive in that moment without 20/20 hindsight. So all the ICE agent sees is a 4,000-pound vehicle driving directly at him as he hears the engine roar and the tires spin out on an icy road. He feared for his life, as anyone should if they are about to be run over, and he didn't shoot until he was actually struck by the vehicle. Once the agent is struck, the imminent threat is secured. It is no longer a threat, it's actual violence, and he has every right to defend himself in that situation. In Tennessee versus Garner in 1985, this is the baseline rule that courts plug vehicle threat facts into. Deadly force is justified by threat of serious physical harm from a vehicle. In Brasu versus Haugen, I hope I'm saying that right, 2004, the court said that vehicle flight can present threat of serious physical harm. The court framed the relevant justification as serious harm. Serious harm threat arising from a fleeing vehicle's danger to people, and treated that framework as clearly relevant to a vehicle use of force analysis. In Plumhoff versus Ricard, 2014, the court held officers did not violate the Fourth Amendment when using deadly force to end a dangerous car chase that threatened lives. All Supreme Court cases, now federal appeal court cases. Singletary versus Vargas, 11th Circuit, 2015. Car was used as a deadly weapon. That means the officer's life was threatened. The deputy perceived the vehicle was trying to run him down and fired. The 11th Circuit principle that is quoted later in 11th Circuit opinions was, it is well established that any officer may constitutionally use deadly force when his life is threatened by a car used as a deadly weapon. If Renee Good was not shot, she would have been arrested for assault with a deadly weapon, that deadly weapon being her vehicle. She assaulted the ICE agent with a deadly weapon, and he ended her life in response. Monzon versus City of Murrieta. Ninth Circuit 2020. Vehicle driven towards officers is an immediate threat of significant physical harm. The Ninth Circuit held deadly force was objectively reasonable, where officers faced the immediate threat of significant physical harm in a rapidly evolving vehicle encounter. Nearing the end of my statement here. Davis versus Waller, 11th Circuit 2022. The vehicle was moving straight at officers, which means an imminent risk. The published 11th Circuit decision is explicit. Because Davis and Arnold posed an imminent risk of serious physical harm or death, shooting at a moving truck was reasonable. This was a tragic situation. A felon, hopped into a car, a logging truck, held the driver hostage, and convinced him with a gun to drive directly into a police barricade of police vehicles with his logging truck. But the cops could have moved out of the way. They had plenty of time. They saw this truck barreling down the highway, but they shot and killed this man, rightfully so. Unfortunately so, but rightfully so. It also reiterates the circuit's vehicle as a weapon line. Officers are upheld where the suspect used or threatened to use his car as a weapon to endanger officers. All right, last part. ICE has 100% legal authority to detain someone blocking them in traffic if they are actively carrying out official duties or if they are being targeted for carrying out their official duties. Excuse me. Renee Good was blocking them with her vehicle, impeding their ability to carry out official duty. ICE tried to detain her with verbal commands, even reaching for her SUV's door. She flees the scene by aggressively accelerating in the officer's direction, eventually hitting him. And it is 1,000% considered an immediate serious threat to your life or serious bodily injury when a vehicle is driving towards you, and it is completely confirmed once that vehicle strikes you. The threat passes the Fourth Amendment test of reasonableness. There is no officer-created jeopardy by simply standing in front of a stopped vehicle. And finally, the 3 shots at the end are also justified. The first shot happens instantly after he is hit with the vehicle, and it goes through the windshield. The next 3, which I'm pretty sure it was just confirmed that there was 4 shots today, but I saw it on Fox News, but it was either 3 or 4, I think it was 4, are while the car is between 5 and 15 feet in front of the agent. Officers are not required to shoot once and reassess. It was 2 seconds. The officer shot 3 or 4 times in less than 2 seconds, stopped, realized the threat was no longer immediately there, so he did not shoot again. In Graham versus Connor, the Supreme Court held that use of force must be judged from the perspective of a reasonable officer, on the scene, not with 20/20 hindsight. It is not only reasonable, it is established beyond dispute by precedent that the threat of a moving vehicle is imminent and could easily maim or kill you. Like I said at the very beginning, Renee Good got what she deserved. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening. We're going to jump into the open dialogue, but first, quick housekeeping thing first. Folks, if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. We have many more juicy debates coming up here at Modern Day Debate, as well as, if you didn't notice, the bottom right of your screen, it's changed just a little bit. Only the trained eye could notice. You'll see. If you can't make it, you're like, James, I'd love to come to DebateCon, but I'm in Australia or Antarctica. Whatever it is, you can watch it all live from home if you join at the Final Word membership tier for this channel. Check out our memberships, click that join button, and check them out. And again, that's the Final Word, gets you full live streaming access for the entire conference. It's going to be amazing. With that, gentlemen, the floor is all yours for open dialogue.
So I wanted to go over some of the things that you had mentioned in your intro, namely the Tennessee versus Gardner case, as well as the Graham versus Connor case. I'd love to go over that. On your core handling of the 6-3 decision in Tennessee versus Gardner of 1985, what it specifically stated is that police may not use deadly force to stop a fleeing suspect unless the officer has a probable cause to believe that the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. Right. Considering, I mean, you saw my intro. I hope you paid attention for my intro, correct?
Correct.
you observed the feet off to the right of, we can clearly see it, right? In multiple footage. Yep. So he put his gun out, and he also decided to stop in front of the vehicle to avoid them from moving forward.
Do you know that?
Yeah, we do. The footage shows that. He stopped.
No, the footage shows him in front of the vehicle. It does not show his intention.
The footage... No, hold on. I'm not asking what his intention is. I'm saying...
You are. Was his
the
intention
footage
to block the vehicle?
Shows that he physically stopped in front of the vehicle.
Okay, yeah, but that's not him purposely blocking it with an intention to block her from escaping.
Why would you step in front of a vehicle then?
To have a vantage point.
A vantage point? You can't have a vantage point diagonally?
You can have a better one when you're directly in front of the only person in the vehicle.
What happens when you shoot somebody and they're in the head and they're pressing on the accelerator? Do you think it is reasonable to assume that that car will stop as soon, like it's a video game or something?
No, but I do think it's reasonable to use force in those situations, as does all of the court cases that I've listed. I mean, obviously, using deadly force against a moving vehicle does not stop it automatically, but it's been verified that it's okay to use deadly force in some of those situations.
So nobody is disagreeing whether or not that deadly force can be used, but it can only be used if it is reasonable to believe that they would have lost their life, that they would die if they did not act.
Just death?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. You basically,
No.
it would be
Serious
death or
bodily harm.
serious physical injury to the officer or others in the Tennessee versus Gardner decision. So the problem that I'm having is he's to the right of the vehicle by the time it moved forward.
Left.
His right. He is to his right of the vehicle by the time that it moved forward. And that is when he fired his first shot.
Did he get hit? Can we agree there?
Now you have a second. He got grazed. Grazed is
so the vehicle
because
did touch him.
he didn't get knocked over. He didn't slam on top of the hood, which is typically what happens when you get directly hit with it. He got grazed in the hip.
Maybe if you're 120 pounds and you get hit. That's a solid boy right there. He's at least 180.
I think if you're 180 pounds and if you get hit 20 miles an hour in a Honda, in a tiny little, in a Yaris, you're hitting that hood. You will hit that hood. It doesn't matter if you're 300 pounds, 400 pounds. It's a multi-ton vehicle. So the point is that he never lost his footing. So at best, he got grazed. And then he was already well out of the way by the time he fired his first shot. And then when the vehicle was fleeing, he fired 2 more shots.
Right.
What justification could you possibly hold on those second 2 shots after that they had already been fleeing? He is no longer in mortal danger under serious physical injury or the threat of death when he fires 2 more shots. Why would you... Help me out with that.
Yeah, so in Connor versus Graham, this is exactly what it's talking about 2020 hindsight. It specifically says that these cops have to make these decisions within split seconds. So you said he was clearly, because you're watching the video, literally breaking it up frame by frame. That is not what Graham versus
Connor argues.
What does it argue then?
Graham versus Connor argues that claims that law enforcement using excessive force during a stop, arrest, or seizure must be analyzed under the Fourth Amendment's objective reasonableness standard, not under substantive due process.
And it also mentions hindsight and split-second decisions.
So again, I find it difficult to believe that as a car is fleeing, that it is reasonable to shoot at the person that is fleeing. And by the way, they're already dead, and he's continuing to shoot at them after that he's already safe. I want to know how exactly it is reasonable to assume that you have a threat of death or serious physical injury when you are well out of the way of the vehicle.
I would like to show a video at some point, James, to bolster this point. But the fact that he got struck by the vehicle passes the test for objectively, reasonably believing that this vehicle was being used against you as a deadly weapon. So he has justified use of force. He shot probably less than a second after being touched by the vehicle, whether you want to call it a grazing or not. The following shots, again, I think a total of 4 shots. We thought it was 3 at first. Just today, it was released that she was shot 4 times. Those 4 bullets, all 4, within less than 2 seconds. So you want him to react faster than 2 seconds.
No, but what I would say is he had created his own environment when he stepped in front of the vehicle himself.
Okay.
He made the decision himself to step in front of a vehicle that is not in park, that is not in neutral. It had already been in reverse by the time that he had placed himself in front of the vehicle. There is no training guide that suggests police or any law enforcement officer of any kind to step in front of a vehicle when it is not in park or neutral. It just isn't a thing. It is an incredibly irresponsible decision. And it really is akin to, let's say, if there is a person that's on the side of the road, I step in front of traffic, and if I get grazed, I have a right to shoot the person that was in that vehicle when I had stepped in front of that vehicle. Even if I'm law enforcement officer. No, it's exactly analogous. He placed himself in front of the vehicle. And then after the fact that he was off to the side, he continued shooting. So I no matter how I look at this, even in the most charitable way, I try to say, hey, she should have stopped. I agree with you. She should have stopped. She should have stepped out of the vehicle. I do appreciate that. You know, that's fine. I'm not against that, right? We can, and you could see that in my intro.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this at a very objective standard here. We can see his feet clearly out of the way. He is not in mortal danger, even by the time that he fires the first shot. There is zero justification for the second and third shot. Just so you know, there will be 3 charges. And those 3 charges will involve each shot. Well, we'll see.
I mean, there's definitely going to be no federal charges. The state might try, but they have no jurisdiction. But that's not what the debate's about. Maybe we could talk about that another time. So as far as I don't want to strawman your position, but I think I may have found a possible contradiction. Because at first you said he was not in danger of losing his life or of having serious bodily harm. But then you said he created his own situation. Now the possible contradiction comes in with officer created jeopardy. If you're trying to use that kind of principle, you would then, an officer created jeopardy only exists if the officer creates danger. So there either has to be danger or there is no danger. So I just kind of want to get clarification on your point there.
So he placed himself into danger, but then as soon as the car moved forward, he moved off to the side, removing himself from the danger.
So wait, placing yourself in front of a vehicle that is not moving forward is in danger?
It was reversing, and so it is safe to say that he's there to potentially stop them from going forward or moving any further. They then place it into drive, and he dodges out of the way to the side.
Him already being in front of the vehicle, because he doesn't enter the front of the hood when the car is moving. If we want to play the clip again, we can. But he is moving towards the right side of the vehicle as the vehicle is in reverse. Now, he's not required to disengage, and he's not legally required to step out of the path of the vehicle, right? Renee is in full control of escalation and the direction the vehicle will go in.
I'm not saying that sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying that I lost my train of thought there. Go ahead.
I'm not saying that she's not in the right or that she's somehow in the right for moving the vehicle. She certainly should have stepped out. Right. That doesn't mean, therefore, the officer has a right to shoot them.
Right.
If you're talking about the Graham versus Connor Fourth Amendment analysis, police can't just recklessly or unreasonably create a dangerous situation and then claim that they had no choice but to use force because the danger that they themselves caused by placing himself in front of that vehicle, it is as clear as day that he had decided to use his body to block her from leaving. And the fact that he's sitting there holding a gun in one hand and in the left hand with his phone, he clearly does not believe that he is in mortal danger in that moment. I mean, if you've genuinely feared for your life, would you be holding your phone out and recording?
I don't know. You can't really judge those situations. Adrenaline's pumping. That's probably the first time he's ever fired that gun.
I'm not sure if he ever fired that gun prior.
We don't have that information.
But with that being said, if I'm fearing for my life, the last that I'm concerned with would be, I got to get footage of this. And this is coming as a YouTuber. I don't think I would be capable of holding a phone up. Like, I can imagine if somebody, say, for example, had a gun pointed at me, my idea is not, oh, I got to record this. My idea is I need to duck and cover. I got to get out of the way. I got to flee the situation.
Yeah, well, that's exactly the difference between a civilian and a police officer. A police officer doesn't think, I got to run away. A police officer thinks, I have to neutralize this threat before she hurts me or somebody else.
Hold on. If somebody, for example, is firing a gun, first and foremost, safety is the modus. It's not immediately to shoot the person. It's to get out of the way.
Yes, it is.
You seek cover when you're a police officer. If you're not, if you are not covered, you need to cover. That's not true.
That is the best. Yes, true. It is, because it makes
if somebody is aiming a gun at you, you need to cover.
The best defense is an offense. This is how boxers go.
This is beside the point. He had placed himself in front of the vehicle. He himself recklessly and unreasonably created a dangerous situation. And his claim is that he had no choice but to use force because of the danger that he himself caused. He created, it is an officer created jeopardy. It's a fabulous, it is. It's, I don't know how else to, we see
because
the footage.
He did not put himself in immediate danger. He put himself in a risky situation. I could even admit that maybe he violated his own policy. We don't have the exact policies, but based on other policies of departments that we see, I do agree with you that I haven't personally seen one that allows for, someone to just stay in front of the vehicle. But even if it was bad policy, that doesn't affect the legality, and that doesn't mean that him making a bad choice of positioning makes it officer-created jeopardy. Officer-created jeopardy would be if Renee was driving down the street. Say she already escaped. She was driving down the street, and then he walks around the corner, runs directly in front of her car, and starts shooting. That would be officer-created jeopardy.
Okay, so you agree that it wasn't policy to step in front of the vehicle and body block it from leaving, right?
We don't know if it was ICE's exact policy that goes against that, but we have
there
seen
is
that
no
policy
officer. There is no known officer policy that says, "Hey, stand in front of a vehicle." Sure. You just don't do that. Yeah. You would never do that.
I can concede that.
All right, great, fabulous. Is it fair to say that somebody that willfully makes a decision like that is likely being negligent, or that they are not acting in safety's interest?
I would say he made a mistake that was a safety concern.
Okay. So you started this debate by saying that Renee Good got what she deserved. But judging the fact that the police officer specifically made a pretty egregious error here, so much so that this error cost the life of Renee Good, it's probably fair to say that she did not get what she deserved.
No, because
I'm asking you.
He did not create the situation. He is not the one who put her life in jeopardy by standing in front of her vehicle. She put his life in jeopardy by, even if she was purely attempting to flee, we don't know her true intentions. If she was just attempting to flee, she recklessly endangered his life, even striking him with the vehicle. If we can play that video now, I just want to show a situation that happened last year in Fresno.
So in the video, one more time, she had turned to the right, away from the officer. And on top of it, the first shot was fired.
Still hit him.
He was grazed. The first shot
as soon
was
as
fired.
He's touched,
the first shot was fired already where his feet are clearly planted alongside the vehicle. He would not have gotten hit.
Again, this happened in 2 seconds, and he was hit, And that
by
alone,
the
in the
conditions
court's
that
eyes,
he caused. He caused.
No,
the
he did not.
conditions.
No,
and it
the
also
vehicle was
doesn't
not
question
moving.
the two
This-
other
this
shots
video is
where
gonna prove
he
you
is
wrong.
well out of danger.
All right, this happens all the time. I'm gonna play this video. It's about a
Ready
minute long.
for you. Switching it over.
Yeah, how do I? All right, share.
Bottom center, there's a green button with a little upward arrow.
How do I make sure I get the audio? I mean, I don't need the. Oh, okay, there it is. Share sound.
If you haven't yet, hit that like, folks. We do appreciate that support.
Is you see the video?
All right, hold on.
Yes, now
let me
we
make
can.
this bigger. Just give me a second on my end. Okay, so I want to look at it very carefully. Hold on. I have to make a quick edit on my end. Just give me a quick moment. I apologize.
No worries.
Where the heck is it?
Let's see.
Apologies.
It looks like there's a window. There it is. Okay, perfect. And
Oh no, you
folks,
guys
yes,
can't see it now, right?
now we can. Although
Okay.
if First Amender might be still tweaking it.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
tweaking my
If you haven't yet, folks, hit the
OBS.
like button. Don't smash the like button. We want to use it again, so that way the next
Okay,
person can hit
I'm
like
I'm
too.
ready. Go ahead.
Ready.
All right, so this was in Fresno, and they got a call about a robbery,
Mhm.
and they spot the suspects, and this
damn,
officer
this is
is the
choppy.
first one.
Is it supposed to be that choppy?
No, it's clear, right, James? Or is it choppy for you
It's
too?
very choppy.
It is choppy. Yeah, I figured
Choppy
it was
for you?
just
All
the
right, look.
original video.
Let me I'll do it this way. Oh no. I'm moving myself. I'm not supposed to do that. All right, I have a display capture on this here. And I can stop share it just for the sound. But you should be able to see it clear on my screen. Does that make sense? We good?
It is clear. It's just that it was a little choppy.
Yeah, go ahead. Just hit play.
so-
It's fine. We'll deal
yeah,
with the
let's-
choppiness. Go
All
ahead.
right.
Get on the ground! I got the car on the south side. Get on the ground! Don't fucking move! They're trying to drive away. Don't move! Don't move! K14, they're going back towards you. Stop right there! We're like, shots fired! Shots fired!
All right, that's it.
What is this officer involved shooting?
Let me
Do you have
pull
names?
my screen back up. Hold on.
wanna-
I actually
I just knocked it out. Go ahead.
Cool. So they didn't share the names because they don't have to, because no charges were ever brought against us. There was, I think, the attorney general was
That
the
doesn't
highest
mean that
person.
there aren't charges.
No, there are no charges. We don't have the name, but the video I played you is
Well,
from.
hold on. When you
the
say
Fresno,
that there aren't charges, that just means that there aren't charges brought yet. You don't
yeah, it's
actually
happened
know.
over a year ago.
Again, legal matters take a very long time. It would not surprise
They
me.
investigated it.
Yeah, I mean, we can. What is the name?
I'm telling you right now. I mean, look, I personally tried to find the name because obviously that's good, but that video
Fresno-
was from the Fresno Police Department. Is there a chat in here? Yeah. All right.
Fresno police shooting car.
I sent you the video. It'll have, I forget, is it Fresno Police Department or they call it something else? There's a certain division of it.
Let me see if I can find it.
And
Apartment
folks,
complex. Oh, go ahead.
we will have our Q&A at the end of the discussion. We have more discussion to come. But if you happen to have a question, you can submit it in the old live chat with @ModernDayDebate. Or if you'd like to make an objection instead of putting it in the form of a question, you can use Super Chat, which will also push your question or objection to the top of the list for the Q&A.
The apartment complex at Backer Avenue and Shaw Avenue in Fresno, California. That link I sent you is from the police
Fresno
department.
police shooting car, and then what? Sorry, repeat that.
Apartment complex at Backer Avenue and Shaw Avenue. And it happened January 26th, 2025.
Let me see if I
And
can
the
find.
information I found was that they didn't have to release the officer's name for privacy because the matter was investigated and no charges were brought up against him.
Mhm. Let me take a look here.
And I have 2 other videos. I don't want to sit here and play a bunch of videos. I mean, I can if we want, but it's literally the same thing. The next one is New Orleans Police Department, where they stopped another
Well, I mean,
robbery.
in this, I would say in this situation, like just by looking at the vehicle, this vehicle, number one, it looked like it was moving a lot faster. This officer was also clearly taking cover alongside this blue, this blue truck here. And it looks like that he is openly and taking conceited efforts to avoid getting hit, which is the exact opposite of what the ICE officer did in the Renee Good situation.
You just said
that I think is the difference.
You said earlier he stepped to the side.
So he put himself into danger.
So
and
did
then
that
when it
officer
moved
right there.
forward, he moved off to the side, dodging it. You might be able to make an argument on that first shot that there's somewhat of a justification. On the second and third, on the second and the third shot, I can't find any justification there. He clearly was acting with a vindictive mindset to have Renee Good killed.
Well, no. All right. So if we can, and I'm not saying you're fully conceding this point. You're just doing it for argument's sake for this one point. I get that. But if we were to move past the first shot, those two shots after literally happened, or three shots. I'm pretty sure it was three. I saw multiple articles where they said she had 4 gun wounds. I mean, maybe there was an exit and an entrance. I don't know. 3 or 4 shots within less than 2 seconds. So after that first shot, the second shot the third or fourth shot ends less than 2 seconds from that first one. How much faster would you like him to have understood what was going on?
Well, I mean, for starters, a reasonable officer, how much faster that he should have reacted? He shouldn't have been in the front to begin with. He shouldn't have to require that reaction. No, we're not past that. He put himself.
I thought you meant you were conceding for that argument.
He put himself into danger.
All right, so now we're back to officer-created jeopardy.
Even if you acknowledge if you completely ignore that first part, I mean, don't you think it is reasonable to assume that if you can get their license plate number and they flee the scene, can't you then send them mail to let them know that there are charges against them? That's typically what happens. There's no reason to block them. And then on top of it, after they had stepped and got away, they're driving away. He's already safe. He's firing 2 more times. And even in the first shot, you can see that his 2 feet were planted on the side. He was not in mortal danger.
So, and again, it seems like you're kind of jumping between 2 different arguments that are contradictory. Was he in danger, and did he create that danger, or was there no danger?
You act like that I'm somehow contradicting myself when it's just simply time moving forward, changing the situation.
Yeah, was there any danger at all? I'm just trying to clarify again.
He placed himself into danger's way.
Okay, so there was
initial danger, and then he moved out of the way. Now no longer there being danger, because here's the thing: if the car is say here and you're here, there is nothing that the car can potentially do to strike you. When both of his feet are here on the first shot,
that's not true at all. Didn't you see the officer that
what is he going to do? What is she going to do? Pull out a banana
peel?
peel?
Did you see the officer that was trying to open the door? He got pulled.
The officer, hold on. We're not talking about the officer in the door.
I know. But I'm saying he wasn't in front of the vehicle
once
and he
again,
got pulled.
I don't think you heard what I said. If the officer is, say, here and the car is here, what could the driver potentially do to strike the officer?
Right. So if you're saying he's like 3 feet from the vehicle, is that what you're saying?
He was less than a foot away from it. He was.
Are you saying if?
I could literally be within inches of a vehicle along the corner, and no matter what that car will do, even if I turned it in the direction of the officer, I would still be incapable of striking them.
We can watch people getting dragged by cars for simply standing next to them. You ever see a street takeover?
I'm going to pull up my video one more time because clearly...
Have you ever seen a street takeover? They do this in cities, and it's a lot of young kids, and they have nice, fast cars, and they take over sections of
You're not
like
understanding
freeways.
At all what I'm
No,
talking
I'm trying to make a point here. They're taking over sections of freeways, right? Four lane intersections, and then they do burnouts in them, and people get clipped all the time. People will drag race, and the girl in the middle will stand in the middle and get dragged.
I don't know what you're
all the
talking
time.
about. She's not. We're not drag racing here.
So according to First Amendment, you can't get dragged by a vehicle unless you stand directly in front of it. That's what
I'm
you're
showing
saying.
you. I'm showing you here. You could see this is the moment the first shot was fired. We could see.
Okay. Was this after he got hit?
No, we could see the officer having fired his first shot. He got grazed. It's not getting
there was
hit.
contact,
He got grazed. There was
contact, correct?
I mean, I don't know if you think that means, therefore, you have a right to kill the person there after you've been grazed by a car.
The other guy,
you can
the other guy
right
didn't
here.
even. This video I showed you, he didn't even get touched by the car. He was like 5 feet from the car at all times, and he lawfully shot. And he didn't end up killing those guys because he missed, but he would have very easily killed them.
So you could see right here.
Just going to ignore it.
By the time the first shot was fired, well, because you're not addressing at all what I'm saying.
Yes, I am.
You're
saying,
not.
he got touched a little bit by a 4,000-pound vehicle, and that's not.
I'll wait.
Make your point, please.
They're turning to the right in this moment. This is when the first shot was fired. This is within one frame of the shot fired. You could see the smoke of the gun in front of the window. Right here, you could see both feet firmly planted along the side of the vehicle. He is not in harm's way. He moved out of harm's way. He had no reason to shoot.
Okay. So now what you're saying is you're going completely against your officer-created jeopardy line of argument. I just want you to concede that. You're saying there is no danger. Was he ever in immediate danger?
You're presuming.
Answer that one question for me, please.
You're presuming a single frame of existence.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you a very direct question, and you're avoiding it.
Decided to body block the vehicle.
I'm not going to let you run from this question.
Again, I'm telling you that
he
had placed himself into danger. And then when you move out of the way of the vehicle, then you are no longer in danger. This isn't difficult.
When did he place himself in immediate danger?
If there's a boulder
No, I'm asking you a direct question and you're completely avoiding it.
If you walk to say, well, I'm explaining it to you. If you, for example, you're there in Indiana Jones world where there's a boulder that's roaring to you. Let's say, for example, you can see where the boulder is going to be. So you stand in front of the boulder, and then the boulder is coming down. You're in danger, right? But then you get out of the way. If you're out of the way of the boulder's path, you're no longer in danger. Do you understand how that works? So when he physically moves himself out of danger, when he physically moves himself out of danger, the vehicle was not moving towards him. The vehicle was moving away from him, but he put himself right in front of the vehicle.
All right, so when he placed himself in front of the vehicle, was there immediate danger to him?
He had escalated danger. Immediate danger?
Immediate danger?
No,
okay.
I don't say
then that's not officer-created jeopardy. Thank you.
But then he decided to body block a vehicle. It's only a matter of time before it's going to go into drive, and then what?
He's placing himself in a risky situation with potential risk, not immediate threat. You can't shoot someone based on potential risk. We agree there. Right?
So then he's guilty. He
didn't shoot her based on potential risk. The vehicle hit him.
No, he didn't.
Okay. The video I just showed you.
It grazed him.
So it still contacted him, and that's all the court is going to care about if it ever went to trial.
I promise you, if this went to court, he would have to answer for those 2 extra shots.
So then you would say the other guy should have had charges brought on him too, right?
Who?
The video I showed you.
I don't know. I would have to research.
I just showed you the video. We saw the video, like you said.
Yeah.
We have video evidence.
Yeah, again, I don't know what the court would have argued that. I have no idea. I have to sit down and read that information, and it's also a completely different scenario with different situations.
So we see a guy who's 10, 15 feet away from a vehicle. The vehicle drives towards him and would not hit him.
With the attempt to hit him.
No, they were just trying to escape.
That did not look like they were trying to escape.
Why?
I think they were trying to hit him.
So then why didn't they back up and go try to hit him again? They were trying to
What?
get out
He
of there.
shot
They were
him.
trying to get
He
caught by
shot him.
cops.
They're then going forward from there. What do you mean?
No, they did not get
This is
shot
why,
in that experience.
but here again, this is
No,
not
you're
analogous
so
to
you
the actual.
completely avoided
to
my
what's
original
happening.
question.
I didn't
need you
avoid
to
the question.
answer it.
I answered it directly.
Was there at any point immediate danger to him?
Immediate danger to him.
At any point?
No.
Okay, then there can literally, by definition, not be officer-created jeopardy. It was just an improper use of force. That's your only argument that you can make.
By placing yourself in front of the vehicle, the officer is directly escalating the situation, making things worse
that's not
for
an
himself.
escalation.
And it is also not
How is that an
officer,
escalation?
It is an
What is an
escalation because he's trying to block. He's trying to block them from leaving, from escaping.
Is detaining someone an escalation?
No.
Okay, so he was trying to detain her, correct?
So why not just let her go?
Answer the question. Was he trying to detain her?
Was he trying to detain her? I think that one of the officers claimed that they wanted to detain her to get out of the vehicle.
He was assisting him.
Okay. I don't know if it was him directly saying that.
Well, when all the officers there are doing it, they're standing in front of her asking to get out of her vehicle. One person's giving a command.
Is a part of detainment procedure to step in front of the vehicle?
Procedure and policy? No. Is it against the Constitution? Does it automatically revoke the Fourth Amendment?
It has nothing to do with the
doesn't.
Constitution. I have no idea
Yes,
what
it
you're talking
does.
about. We're talking about state statute here.
Yeah, we don't care about state statutes. Why do we care about state statutes in this situation?
Because it's likely a trial that will happen by state statute.
How?
It's in the state of Minnesota.
So?
The state of Minnesota are going to be the ones that will be doing the pressing the charges.
No, not at all. They're not.
Yes,
they can't
they
even
will.
investigate. They
Why
can't
not?
even investigate
Why
because
not?
Trump blocked them. Because the feds blocked them.
Wait, just you wait.
Oh, just wait.
Just you
All right,
wait.
so tell me the statute that allows states to oversee and rule on situations that happen when federal officers...
This has nothing to do with the discussion.
No, I'm just
Once
disproving your point. You don't like it.
It has nothing to do with the discussion. You're
talking about state laws affecting the situation. No, I'm not.
The point
You're
is
talking
that
about
he had placed
state
himself.
laws.
The point is that he himself had placed himself into danger, and I'm glad that you
potential
brought
or
up the
immediate?
Tennessee versus Gardner decision. The Tennessee
Potential
versus
or
Gardner
immediate?
decision literally argues against your point, not in your favor.
How?
Police may not use deadly force to stop a fleeing suspect unless the officer has a probable
Correct.
cause to believe that the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. But as I had
Correct.
showed already, the officer was well out of the way by the time that he had fired his
he got
first
hit
shot.
by the vehicle.
Once again, I point to you this footage here. You can
He
see
was out of the way, but he
right
got
there,
hit.
away of the. But you could see it. That's when the first shot
this
was
is after he
fired.
got hit.
That was when the
It
first shot
pushed
was
him
fired.
to the side of the vehicle because he got hit by a
Well,
4,000
do you think
pound
that he would
vehicle.
likely be knocked over if he really got hit? I mean, come on.
No.
No,
Do you think he could
you
have
would
gotten
have
pinned from that
stood
situation? Hold
steadfast on
Let me
ice
ask you this.
track. Is it reasonable to assume if you get
Would
hit by
she
a
have
car?
gotten charged with assault?
Hold on. Is it reasonable to assume that if you get hit by a car and you're standing on icy road, do you believe that it is reasonable to assume that you would lose your balance and fall over?
Yeah, I know it's hard for you to believe, assuming you've never probably played a physical contact sport in your life. But guys like this, who put their lives in danger every day as part of their job, they actually do manly physical things, and you would understand that just getting hit by a vehicle doesn't mean you're just gonna go down. Have you ever been hit by a vehicle?
I have no idea what that pejorative was towards my physical appearance. I have not insulted you once regarding physical appearance. I'm addressing directly. You can see here the officer who is off to the side. He was grazed. I think the shakiness that you're observing from his own recorded footage is likely from him firing that gun, not necessarily from the force of that car. I believe the car likely grazed him on his leg, and he was well out of danger's way by the time that he had fired his first shot, as you can see in this frame right here.
It literally doesn't matter. Once he got hit by a vehicle that was accelerating aggressively towards his direction, just like in the other video I showed you, that officer did not even get a breeze from that car. And he shot that thing like 6 times, even as it passed him. Why is he allowed to do that? because he's assessing the threat in real time.
You're
in the
addressing a
moments from
different
when
case.
the vehicle
I would have to spend the time to review this case. I spent
yeah, you
hours
don't like it because it
reviewing this
completely undermines
particular-
your entire point.
But it's just not
What
relevant.
do you
It's
do
a
in
different
case law? You compare cases. That's what precedent
that's
is.
true, but I would need to spend the time to understand what exactly was happened, why they weren't charged. I would likely find a different
They
reason
weren't
as to
charged
why
because it
that
was a
is
use
the
of
case.
force.
But I talking
I've
about
given you
specifically
all these
in the
other
case,
cases.
we can once again point. Yeah, and they prove they disprove your point.
No, they
right?
don't.
Because
When
what
did
it
I say he shot her for
specifically states-
fleeing?
It specifically states in Graham versus Connor.
Yeah.
That,
When did I say that?
What?
Answer my question. When did I say that he shot her because she fled the scene?
When did I say that he shot her because she fled the scene? You don't have to say that. I don't know if you said that or not. Maybe
When did I imply
say
it?
that. I don't know if you said that. That's my point.
That's what you're telling me that I'm saying.
I have no idea what you're referring to. I'm not
Okay.
putting words in your mouth.
So what are you?
I'm
what are
giving you
telling me
my
then?
position. What happened? And we can observe very clearly she made conceited efforts to avoid hitting him, and he had placed himself into danger. And then on top of the fact, he fired 2 more shots after he was well out of danger's way. It is as
You keep
clear as
saying
day.
this. You keep saying this,
Yeah,
but
because that's the problem with the argument.
no.
Your
When
argument
you get
has to
refuted, you just
presume
repeat your point as if you haven't been refuted on it.
you didn't refute anything. You're not addressing
Yeah,
it.
I did. So the officer created
What was the
jeopardy that you keep
refutation?
bringing up.
Go ahead.
All right,
I'll write it down.
my
What was your refutation?
My refutation is that you keep saying that the officer created jeopardy, right? This is a principle used in Supreme Court cases to interpret the Fourth Amendment. You're saying that this is going on at the same time holding that there was never an immediate danger that this officer was in. That's a contradiction. You can only hold one view.
This clearly there seems to be a problem regarding your understanding of how time works.
And your understanding of logic.
So no, it's just okay. So check this out right here. I'll help you out. Here we go. So I'm gonna share my screen real quick. Just give me a moment. Share, paint. Okay. So let's say, for example, right, we've got car. Okay. It's parked in the middle of the road. Officer is walking around. And then, right, car reverses. And that's when he steps in front of the vehicle and even stops while recording. No, he does.
He was in front. He was in front of the vehicle. Let's play the video. Let's play the video again. He was in front of the vehicle. Play the officer point of view. He was in front of the vehicle as it was reversing.
Yes.
Okay,
it
so
was
you said
reversing.
He went
as he's
and he
in
was
front of the vehicle.
Already in front of the vehicle. Correct.
And so here she's reversing. He's
Does
now
he
in
have
front of the vehicle as it's
does he have
reversing.
to retreat
Oh my God.
Or move out of the way?
He is, yes, he should move out of the way. Yes. Yes.
Okay, what law? What law?
What? His own safety.
Legally.
His own safety.
I don't care about his own safety.
So
in
once
this
again,
situation.
right? They're backing
what law
away.
Is he legally required to disengage in this situation?
God. They're backing
You're not answering
away.
the question. You're just refusing to
I'm
answer.
trying
It's
to
really,
explain.
really
I'm trying to
frustrating.
explain how it goes from danger to not danger.
All right.
Now you're asking me to explain something else. So
I'll
again,
let you finish your point, but I'm going to ask
so
this question
so again,
after.
I mean, it's just another. It's you're gish galloping the topic.
I'm not.
He stands in front of the vehicle. They're moving backwards. You could see that he is in front of the vehicle, and rather than getting out of the way, and then of course, hold on, he steps off to the side, right? He's here. That's when he fires. Okay. And so
He steps off
and
to
then
the
on
side,
top
or
of
he
it,
gets hit and pushed to
the officer is moving off to the right. So he goes from danger, right? This is danger. And then when he moves to the right, hold on.
I need clarification.
Hold on.
No, I need.
When
I
he
need
moves to the
clarification.
right,
I don't know what you're saying.
You guys, when you speak over each other, it's like they can't hear either of you.
I just
when
need
he moves to the
clarification.
right, he's interrupting me. When he moves to
I don't
the
know
right,
what you're saying.
Okay,
when he moves
I
to the
think
right,
he's trying to show you something with his picture, but what
the
is
words
it that
he's
you
using,
say
I
you
don't understand.
Okay, don't.
He's-
While I'm talking,
Sorry.
don't start to interrupt me. Then that I don't see how
I
that's supposed to be
apologize.
rational. But okay, what is it that you don't understand, Alex?
I don't understand when he uses the word danger. Is it potential danger or is it immediate danger? That it needs to be clarified.
Is it dangerous to step in front of a vehicle that's not in neutral or park? Yes or no?
That doesn't clarify anything.
Holy crap. Answer the question. Is it dangerous to step in front of a vehicle when it is not in neutral or park?
Is it stopped?
Oh my God. All right. One more time.
Is
it dangerous
the vehicle moving or stopped?
To step in front of a vehicle when it is not in neutral or park?
I don't know, because you're asking vague, ambiguous questions without allowing me clarifying questions.
The answer is simple. The answer is yes. It's dangerous.
So that's not my answer. So
I know that's not your answer. I know that's not your answer. But most people that are even minorly logical on this topic would realize, yeah, it is dangerous to step in front of a vehicle when it is not in neutral or park.
Am I like insulting you or doing something wrong by asking for a clarification on a situation?
You're asking if it has been stopped. But
yes,
we know that the car had been in reverse. It was moving. The car was moving.
Okay, moving away from the officer backwards.
The car was moving away from the officer. Yes.
Okay, so that's not him putting himself in immediate danger.
So when you can see a very clear... Hold on. Once again, it is a clear 2-point turn. I think anybody who knows anything about driving, realizing that it is a 2-point turn, she's clearly trying to escape. She's reversing so that way she has enough clearance to go forward. That anybody can look at that and see that that's exactly what she was trying to perform. She was trying to move off to the right, and so knowing that she is making a very clear 2-point turn, is it reasonable to step in front of a vehicle when they're doing that?
I disagree with you saying that this
is it dangerous? Not is it reasonable?
I disagree with the way you framed the question. You framed the question as if...
How I'm framing the question? That's
can you not
what
interrupt
happened?
me? I just let you finish. No, it's not. It's what happened by your interpretation.
It's not my
interpretation.
It's what can be seen in the footage.
She was trying to flee. To the officer's point of view...
To reverse and 2-point turn?
Yeah, why? I think he's thinking in his head, why is this chick reversing right now? What is she about to do?
I'm going to step in front of the vehicle to prevent her from leaving.
He's already in front of the vehicle, sir.
Yeah, he steps in front of the vehicle.
No, he doesn't. You already admitted he was in front of it. Stop lying.
What? I'm not lying at all. I'm trying to talk to you calmly, as clearly as I possibly can. I showed you the footage.
Show it again, please.
I have zero intent to lie to you. I want to get to the facts of the matter, not to win a debate, or I don't look at debates as like this is something that I can win. Okay, I look at this as it's let's learn from one another, and to me it's like we're at the point where you look at somebody that is reversing and you think it is safe, or that you can't tell whether or not it's safe to step in front of a vehicle when they're not in neutral or park. I think I could ask a 5-year-old, hey, is it safe to step in front of a vehicle when it's not in neutral or park? They would say, no, you don't step in front of vehicles. Because why? Because it's common sense. You don't step in front of vehicles. He himself had placed himself into danger. Then he relieved himself of that danger when he stepped out of the way and they were driving forward. So you wanted to see specifically the footage where he decided to step in front of the vehicle. Gladly do that with you.
The reason I wanted to see the video is because you keep saying that he was not already in front of the vehicle as it was reversing. You're saying he steps in front of the vehicle as it begins to reverse. I'm saying he was already in front of the vehicle while it was reversing. That's the point of contention and why I asked you to bring up the video.
All right, here we go.
And look, the only reason that it's so tempting for me to interrupt, and I apologize for interrupting so much, is because you make a lot of points in very quick successions, and I don't know which one to go after. I think we need to do this point by point.
I try to make it point by point. There's a lot to go over.
I understand.
It's not as simple as we have to stick to one point. I try my best. I'm not trying to gish gallop you or to blindside you with too many topics. Let me take a look here. I can see if I can grab the original footage without my edits. Give me 1 second, okay?
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Sorry, just give me a moment. Is this one it? Is this it? I think this is it. Okay.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
So,
Get out of the fucking car.
all right, they're reversing, and he decides to step in front of the
She's not
vehicle.
even in reverse yet, is she?
That's
the
in
video's
reverse.
choppy.
That's in reverse. You can see
The
here,
video is a little
reverse.
choppy.
I blame Zoom. But you could see here, you can hear it rev. It's reversing. You could see the car, the tire
Okay. So
turning backward.
He was about.
He
was
stepped
about
in
1
front of the
foot-
vehicle on purpose. He did this on purpose.
Right. You're right in that he was about 1 foot away from the front of the left side of the hood right there. You can see the light, the headlight. He was about 1 foot before that, so I was wrong. So you're saying he stepped in front of the vehicle as it's reversing. Now, my contention earlier was that he did not step in front of the vehicle in order to block it. He's clearly making his way across the vehicle.
Okay.
He
Well,
did not stop.
that's also incorrect because he did stop. I could show
When
it
did
to
he
you one
stop?
more time right here. All right. Ready? All right. So
Yep.
Get out of the car.
So you saw right here,
Get out of the car.
he stopped moving right here at this point. So look at it very carefully. He's walking in front, and then he pauses, and he only moves out of the way when he starts to hear the acceleration.
Get out of the car.
Yeah, we really can't. Like that last few seconds was.
He even walks forward, right, where you could see he kind of does a pivot turn towards the vehicle. See?
Out of the car.
Look at the parking lot, not the car. Like you can see, like the stationary is the
I don't
ground.
know, James. Can you
Where you
concur
could
that's
see-
kind of hard to see because of the choppiness?
So you're
Maybe if I
you
make it
wanna-
smaller, it
you
might
want me
help
to-
if I make it smaller. I don't know. Hold on. Is it sharing the whole screen or is it just sharing?
Sharing your whole screen.
Okay. Let me try one more time. I think it's probably because it's in
Check.
4K
One,
that it's doing
two,
that.
3. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, my audio was okay.
All right. You could just see just
Now
the
it should
window,
be able to
right?
hear me, but it's. I mean, I think it was just taken with a phone, so it just has that.
It's not.
like
It's not
16 by
choppy.
9.
It's yeah. I mean, it
Oh,
is not
okay, well, I'm
choppy.
talking. It's
Sorry.
like
My
okay.
apologies.
Go ahead.
It's not choppy on my end. It's likely just Zoom. It's sending it in 4K, so it may be slow. So if I lower the
To help with
resolution,
the
it might help.
situation, I can just concede it for the argument instead of going through all this.
Well, I don't want to concede it for the argument because for sure he stepped in front of the vehicle and he stopped, and you can even observe that he pivoted towards the vehicle. He only moves out of the way as soon as he hears acceleration. Here we can show
Okay, so let's
one more time here.
see. if it
Out
works.
of the car.
You could see right there, he just, the pivot, just what I just said. You can see him move towards the vehicle, and he only moves out of the way when the acceleration happens.
I see. So you're saying the camera holder is the one who's doing the pivot.
Yes.
I see. So that's why you couldn't see them, Alex. As when he says he's referring to the camera holder. Is
Yeah.
So you wouldn't
I
be able to
just
see
on
him.
my end, it's like it skipped. That time was actually the clearest, but it was skipping like.
My
5 seconds at a
I think
time.
it's Zoom. It's
Yeah, it was
just
happening
Zoom
to you with
giving
my
us
video
trouble.
too. Yeah. Okay, so he goes in front of the vehicle, right? So when he's going back to his vehicle, the wife comes over to him, so they have an exchange. He hears his other agent say, "Get out of the car." So he starts walking back towards her. About a foot before he reaches the car, she starts reversing.
Mhm.
Then he's continuing to walk in front of the car. By the time he gets to the end of the car, he does stop, and half a second after he stops, she accelerates.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay.
Yeah.
So again, bad position against policy. That doesn't mean that it's legally unjustified for him to use deadly force after she accelerated into him.
So, in my opinion, if you concede to all that, he's directly putting himself in direct danger. He had manufactured the situation.
No. So when he's
help me
in
out.
front of the vehicle, he's legally allowed to be there, correct?
I suppose, but the question is not whether or not he's legally allowed to be there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you're legally allowed to be in front of, the Indiana Jones boulder. You're legally allowed to be there, but you're placing
And I
yourself
have a
in mortal
follow-up.
danger.
No. So that's not true. That's my follow-up question is, when he was standing in front of that vehicle as it was reversing, was he in immediate danger?
I suppose not within that moment, if I'm being honest with you. But as soon as it
Okay,
goes into
when-
drive, he's in danger. That's when he moves
Okay.
out of the way and he fires.
This is the contention I have earlier when you said, well, there was no immediate danger. This is what I was trying to clarify. And maybe we just had an impasse there. We weren't understanding each other. But as long as that's your position, we can move forward.
But
The problem
if they're in
is-
reverse, it's fair to say that as long as they maintain going in reverse, that you wouldn't be in danger. But in this situation, it's clear that they're trying to do a 2-point turn to then escape out of there. And by the way, mind you, it's not legal for her to escape ICE officers. I don't believe that means, therefore, she deserved to die or that she should have died. The officer had placed himself into that situation when he had decided to body block the vehicle from leaving. I suppose it's fair to say I can't tell specifically what his intent was. If I had to assume what his intent was, I believe it is likely he wanted to likely try Renee Good for whatever reason and detain her and do the whole, oh, look at me, I'm the law enforcement guy. And he wanted to have the opportunity to do that. And unfortunately, because of his desire to try her, she ultimately lost her life. And it's extremely tragic that even happened. I definitely don't believe, considering that you seem to have agreed that he was standing in front. Is it fair to say that Renee Good did not get what she deserved?
The only reason I use that language is to show that that's exactly what it means for use of force to be justified. In every situation where use of deadly force is justified, by definition, they got what they deserve. Obviously, it's colorful language. What I would not agree with, what I would not say is that she deserved to die. Hold on. That she deserved to die for blocking ICE vehicles. And I don't think anybody on the right is saying that. Maybe
Okay.
there are
So
a few
say-
people
so
online,
say
and I would disregard that.
Yeah. So
Disavow.
assume you're talking to Renee Good's kids. You're in front of those kids. It'd be fair to say you would not say that she deserved to die.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty inflammatory to say that towards a child.
Well,
But-
I mean, or to her family, relatives, somebody who's old. It doesn't matter, kids or not kids. People that knew and loved Renee Good for who she was, her partner. It's fair to say
I'm
that
not going to
she didn't
instigate someone's
deserve.
family member.
She didn't deserve it, though, right?
She deserved it for what she did. She should have complied.
So then, why wouldn't you regarding the family? Why couldn't you say it in front of them? You have to.
Well, honestly, it would be true. It wouldn't feel good to say to them because they just lost somebody regardless of the situation. Don't poke the bear.
I think there's something down there where I'm touching that.
No,
a
don't
little
psychoanalyze me now. I'll tell you
empathy bit.
exactly, because look what this is exactly the exact same situation. I watched a ton of police shootings, which is probably not good for your soul. Don't go do that. I don't know why people can just look at those all day. But
I
it was a
I
very
myself
tragic.
I love the murder documentaries and all that. I don't know why. I have no idea why. It's so bizarre. I'm one of the most empathetic people ever. The more gruesome, the more interesting. The more I'm just eating popcorn. I don't know why I'm like that. But I mean,
yeah. No, but what I was going to say is there was a tragic situation where a man was with his son, probably 16-year-old son, and I don't know if he was drunk or just showing off for his kid, crashed the vehicle, fled on foot with his son. I think his son was just following his dad, didn't really know what to do. They get to a corner, get surrounded by cops.
Yeah.
The child instantly disengages, just backs up, takes his phone out, starts recording. And his father tries fighting the officers and ends up getting shot. And it's extremely sad. And would I go up to that kid and be like, your dad deserved that? No. Is it true? Yes. But, I mean, this kid just lost his father, you know?
Okay. I guess.
That's my point.
I wish you would have acknowledged that she didn't deserve it. I think it was...
But what does that mean?
Well, I mean, considering her actions, what she had done, she didn't deserve it. I mean, you even said that, like, nobody deserves to lose their life because of, you know, blocking ICE officers from doing their job.
Right, but they do deserve to lose their life if they put another officer at risk of serious bodily harm or death.
I just don't agree.
Again, we're arguing
that because we can see the footage of both feet firmly planted, even as they quote unquote got hit. Even as they quote unquote got hit by the officer, by Renee Good. He didn't even lose his phone. He didn't even lose his footing. I mean, if he did get hit by the vehicle, it would have been grazed at that. He moved out of the way. I don't believe that he was in danger by the time that he had moved out of the way. And therefore, there was no reason to pull out your gun and shoot at them. Let me ask you this. If all things considered in hindsight, right, do you think that this could have been handled better by the ICE officer?
Keyword hindsight, yes.
Okay, yeah. So he probably shouldn't have pulled his gun out and stood in front of it. He probably could have just taken that license plate number and then called the court and, put some charges on them after they were home, right?
Let's just say he fumbled his gun, right? Couldn't pull it out of the holster, and wasn't able to shoot because of that. She would have gotten charged with assault with a deadly weapon, right?
Would she have gotten charged with assault with a deadly weapon? I don't think so.
She hit him with a vehicle. Of course she would have been. She hit a federal officer. That's a felony.
Her intent was not to hit the officer.
Intent. Doesn't matter. In that situation, you're disobeying a lawful detention, and you strike an officer with your vehicle.
Well, I mean, I agree. It's unlawful that she. I mean, I would more than likely, it would be obstruction, and blocking traffic would likely be and fleeing a scene. So you would have 3 good charges there.
And it would be a felony under USC
that's not a justification
Section 111.
But that's not a justification to kill them.
Right, and no court would argue that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the only justification for killing someone is if they pose an immediate threat of death or serious bodily harm to you or other people.
And I don't see that. I mean, he moved out of the way.
All right, so then
there
that's
was no
where I come
threat.
in and say, then there's no officer-created jeopardy. You can only make one of those arguments. You can't make both.
Again, it's a temporal thing, right? He was in danger, and then he dodged out of the way, no longer in danger.
And again, look, I want clear clarifications just because when you use a word danger, it could mean a bunch of different things. There's potential danger. There's potential danger and immediate danger. I need you to make the distinction. Was he ever in immediate danger?
Is that a legal term? Potential and immediate danger?
So, like, for example, if I got into a situation with an officer and my car is at a standstill, and even if it looks like I might run, like, you don't know, like, I'm not complying with the orders, and he just unloads on me.
So
that's
potential
not
danger is
defensible.
a future risk that could happen, like a pedestrian far away, while immediate danger is an active threat requiring instantaneous action, like a car swerving into your lane. Okay. Well, even under the immediate danger, I think that there was potential danger when they were backing up, and then immediate danger as she put it in drive.
Right. And when did he step in front of the vehicle?
When they were in reverse, so creating the potential danger. But the immediate danger was effectively caused by the fact he stepped in front of the vehicle.
Right, but
he never needed to step in front of that vehicle.
If Renee Good had not chose to attempt to flee, because I do think we don't know her intentions, but
I believe she chose
she was trying
with the intent to flee. I think we are in agreement that she intended to flee. Bad she did that. She didn't act correctly. She should have stepped out of the vehicle.
The only reason I qualify is because in court they won't just assume intention.
But that doesn't mean that she should die for it. Just because
when we're talking about murder and legality, But again, nobody's saying she should have died because of her crime before she decided to accelerate
You did
aggressively
say that
towards
she
an
got
officer.
what she deserved.
Yes, in a specific context. That's like saying, imagine if I was sitting here saying I'm glad she died because she was a lesbian. That would be completely different, right? She got what she deserved because she's a lesbian. That's a completely different context than she got what she deserved because she put the life of an ICE agent in danger.
I don't think she had any intent to do so. And by the time that the first shot was fired, he was already out of the way. He could have if he could have just taken the time to not spend his time recording. To be honest with you, again, I just don't feel that an officer or anybody for that matter would be focused on recording if they felt that they were in immediate danger.
Well, to be fair, I think, and tell me if you agree with this, he didn't seem like he wanted to detain her.
Last thing we can discuss, and then we got to go to the Q&A. It's about that time.
Okay.
Go ahead.
He didn't seem like he wanted to detain her. It seemed like he got her information and was probably frustrated with her and went back to his vehicle. But once, because maybe he wasn't, they don't have military ranks, but they have managers and stuff. Maybe he was just lower level and he didn't have, he was waiting for a supervisor and he's like, I'm not detaining her, I'm going back in my vehicle. Do you see that in the video or do you disagree?
I didn't see in the video that he goes back to his vehicle.
Well, because remember, he walks around the whole vehicle and gets the back license plate, and then he walks back around the whole vehicle towards his car. Now, that doesn't mean he was going to get in his car and drive away. Maybe he was going to go get something in his car. But he does walk back towards
even you
the vehicle.
Acknowledge the pivot. He moved towards the vehicle to stand in front of it.
Right.
He
So
wasn't.
when
He
goes
wasn't
back to
actively
his
trying to get to
vehicle-
his vehicle. He
was at
clearly
one
was
point.
body blocking.
But what I'm saying is, because remember, he doesn't cross the vehicle until it starts moving, because I was wrong on that point. Remember that. Now, the reason he wasn't in front of the vehicle when it started moving was because he went back all the way towards his car until he heard Renee's girlfriend or wife or whatever come up on the side and say, I think you should go get lunch, big boy. She was, talking a little shit. That's fine. She can do that.
You have a right
But
to
then
do
he
that.
starts, while she's talking shit, he hears his fellow agent order a lawful detention, and so he's like, all right, now it's game time. I got to go help him. So he ignores the girlfriend and walks back towards the vehicle, and that's when he steps in front of the vehicle. So all I'm saying is it doesn't seem like he wanted to detain her, and that he only went back because he's like, oh, okay, we are detaining her. I'm going to go help my fellow agent.
I'm not aware of... Can you repeat that last part?
Yeah, so it seems like because he never gave a verbal command, he never even talked to Renee, or I don't know I don't think they exchanged words. I think he just recorded her saying something to him, like, I'm not mad at you. When he goes back towards the vehicle, Renee's girlfriend says something to him. He turns around to film her. Mm-hmm. As he's filming her, he hears the other ICE agent order Renee to get out of the vehicle, and that's when he starts heading towards the front of the vehicle to try to assist his fellow agent. So it almost seemed like he was just there to get information because he was already past her anyway. Maybe he's like, because they deal with this stuff a lot, and they usually don't detain them. They just try to work around.
I guess our disagreement is that I feel that it is completely improper to step in front of the vehicle. You never should have done that. You agree that he shouldn't have done that. I just believe that he had effectively manufactured the problem to begin with. And if he just simply took their license information and then stepped off to the side or, did not put himself into harm's way or anybody else's harm's way, Renee Good would still be alive. We wouldn't be talking about this.
Yeah, and then just, my last statement before we go into Q&A, if that's fair. I would just think that you're kind of making two separate arguments. And I tried to get the clarification of, was there ever immediate danger? If at the time of immediate danger, was that the same time that he put himself in front of the vehicle? If those times don't line up, then that is not, by definition, officer-created.
He put himself into potential danger that turned into immediate danger. But the point is,
right, which is
that it's reasonable to
jeopardy.
assume you do not place yourself into potential danger when it can be avoided.
No, it's not, because what if, in the same, again, you say, you haven't studied the situation, but just imagine a cop rolling up on someone who he knows is armed. If he approaches that person that is putting himself in potential danger, as long as he's not currently shooting.
Yeah, and cops don't just approach somebody when
yes,
they're...
they do.
No. No.
All the time.
No.
How do they end their life?
Alex, what they do is they tell you to put your hands up and lie on the ground. They do not approach. They only approach after they know that their arms are up and that the threat is at least alleviated. Right.
What happens when
they tell you to lie on the ground, arms up? If they know you're armed,
Correct.
the last thing you want to be doing is approaching. That's the last thing you do.
And so, but what happens when the person refuses to comply?
You have to fire.
You have to approach. You have to put yourself in potential danger.
No, you do not have to put yourself
All right,
in potential danger.
In order to fire a weapon at somebody, do you have to expose yourself to this somebody?
No, not at all.
Oh my goodness.
It's preferable
have
to
you ever
not
shot
do
a
that.
gun first?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been in a firefight?
No.
Okay. You ever played airsoft?
No.
Okay. Well, you cannot shoot somebody without exposing yourself. You can't just stick your gun on the side of your car and start shooting.
I mean, you can alleviate risk. I mean, like you either come in.
Maybe a time where we would jump into the Q&A.
Okay.
We have a lot of.
I just feel like maybe cops shouldn't be coming in as Rambo, I guess.
We're going to move fast. But, folks, thank you very much for your questions. As usual, you can submit them in the live chat if you tag me with @ModernDayDebate. Otherwise, Super Chat allows you to make an objection instead of just a question and pushes it to the top of the list. This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Greek Archaeology says, James, please bring back the shoulder pads from the JLP debate. What the... Did I have a blazer with shoulder pads? I didn't even know that. Big League Drew says, please tell me how a leather boot tastes. Wi-Fi. I'm very curious. You bootlicker.
Who was this? Do I know him?
Big League Drew.
I think I know Big League Drew. It tastes fine.
This one, oh my gosh.
I have a remedy for this if I think it is.
I was muted this whole time during the Q&A. I'm sorry. Oh, folks, I'm sorry about that. We're jumping into the Q&A. I'm going to read through these as fast as I can. First one from Greek Archaeology. James, please bring back the shoulder pads from the JLP debate. What the? I did not know I had a blazer with shoulder pads. Thank you for letting me know. Big League Drew says, please tell me how a leather boot tastes. Wi-Fi, I'm very curious. And also said, why didn't the ICE pickup drive by like the ICE SUV did? Wi-Fi.
Yeah, because he was legally allowed to detain this person who was obstructing them while they were doing their official duties.
Is
now,
Alex
they could
Wi-Fi?
Have, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I've kind of done a brand shift a little bit just to my name, but most people know me as Wi-Fi Gospel.
Okay, fair enough.
This one from Bless My Vibe Code says, first child, aka first amender. He had internal bleeding to his torso. He even gasped, which shows he was scared and in immediate danger. It's self-defense.
No, because, I mean, even if you presume that they could just shoot, he's already placed himself into danger. And there's also this presumption that somehow that things are like a video game, where as soon as you shoot somebody in the head, that, I don't know, the car just magically stops. No, if anything, the car accelerates because you just turned a human being into a brick and they're just going to accelerate. And that's literally what happened. The car accelerated and veered off and hit something. This is why you don't step in front of a vehicle when it's not in neutral or park.
To be fair, First Amender, if you don't mind, James, I did read you several court cases where police officers were ruled in the favor of them for shooting people in moving vehicles and stopping the threat. Now, I do agree with you, it doesn't stop the immediate threat, but it is what police officers do in a situation that calls for it, right? And maybe you're saying this doesn't
Typically,
call for
no.
it, but they do.
And this does not call for it, no.
But there are situations that do and have been cleared of officers to do these things, correct?
Sure. I'm sure there's probably, I could find a case somewhere where it is necessary to shoot them, you know, if they're in a vehicle because immediate harm. But I don't see that here. I really don't.
Okay. This one from, do appreciate it. Basil Problem. Do you guys want the raw and unedited questions, or do you want them to be reasonable.
Raw and unedited for me. It's up to First Amendment.
I don't. Thank you. I mean, just saying, because your friend Basil problem, he just can't get your body off of his mind. But we're gonna do it. It's raw and unedited because Basil is just kind of a creep.
Bring
He
it.
says, Wi-Fi chubby. So in addition to
Yeah.
being an expert philosopher, you are also a constitutional lawyer. Did you get the 2-for-1 special?
James does have very polished PhD holders. He has a PhD. He has experts on here all the time. I am not an expert, but I do like to argue. And honestly, there are things that I'm good at and there's things that I'm not good at. I'm testing my chops in some political debates here, all right, and stuff that I believe in. But Basil problem, hit me up on or tag me on Twitter, Instagram, wherever you want, doing as many push-ups as you can since you love to call me fat. If this fat ass can do more push-ups than you, you're no longer allowed to call me fat, and you still have to super chat James and call me, I don't know, stronger than you. There we go.
Wow. This one from Big League Drew strikes again, says Wi-Fi. Now, you're getting a lot of questions, Wi-Fi. It's not just for good old First Amender tonight, but there's plenty for you. Don't
There
worry.
is? Okay, all right.
They say, you can't say we can't use hindsight, then mention an incident the guy was involved in months prior like it's relevant.
Well, yeah, it's not hindsight about the exact situation. I'm just saying he has direct prior knowledge. I'm sure all officers understand the risks of being dragged by a vehicle, but those risks become much more intimate to you when you're involved in the situation. But I don't think,
to be fair to Alex,
Okay.
I don't even think we mentioned it. I don't even think we touched on the topic. Number one, I don't think it's relevant.
I said it.
And number two,
once.
honestly, if he was like, if he was legitimately like, oh, he's like traumatized, and so he acted in the way that his trauma would, he probably shouldn't even be a field officer in that case.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it was like a PTSD situation. I was just saying he knows better than anybody the risks of being dragged.
Yeah.
That was
This
my
one from Big League Drew strikes again, says Wi-Fi, how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast today?
Yeah, I have no problem answering hypotheticals. I don't know if I'd be hungry because I went 30 days without eating before, but maybe I would be hungry.
First, you can see it in First Amender's face. He's listening for the right answer. He's like, "Ooh, oh, like tell me."
What is with your fan base with that question?
He's First Amender's like trying to crack the code. He's like, "Oh, is this the right answer?" First Amender, now I'll be ready.
No, they
for it.
they expect a short answer, a short, quick, pithy answer. That's what
Big
they're
League
looking
Drew says, Wi-Fi, would you argue for slavery if it was allowed by the courts? Saying something is allowed or justified by a court doesn't make something just.
No, but it does make it not murder in the legal definition of it. Murder is a legal definition. If we want to change the laws, because our argument basically here tonight is that we're assuming the law is good, the Fourth Amendment is fine, but I'm saying it passes the test. First Amender is saying, no, it doesn't pass the test, whether it was officer-created jeopardy or not. So I think we both generally agree with the law. We have different interpretations of how the situation apply or how the law applies to this situation.
This one from Big League Drew says, I never thought I'd be siding with First Amender. Although our reasons vary, we at least got the right conclusion. Wow, First Amender.
Look at that.
Usually
people hate me. Yeah, usually.
Greek archaeology says I turned the stream off during Wi-Fi's statement, met a woman, got married, and had 3 kids, and Wi-Fi's opening statement was still going. Wow. It was only about 10 minutes.
Yeah,
this one
it was
from
kind
Big
of
League
long.
Drew says, is ICE trained not to be in front of a moving vehicle? And are they trained that shooting a driver won't stop a vehicle in motion?
So I think it's towards me. Obviously, you can say what you want to, First Amender, but I think that we don't have access to the exact trainings. I'm just qualifying it like that because we don't. I looked for them. Maybe someone has them. They can send them to me. But I think it's reasonable to assume, based on the other trainings we have access to in policies, it probably is somewhere in their policy not to stand in front of a vehicle. The issue is policies are meant to be stricter than what is legal, the Constitution, right? The Fourth Amendment. So in this situation, violating policy does not mean violating the Constitution. It doesn't mean that the use of force is unjustified. There was a second part to that as well. Yeah, right. I don't know how many people would say shooting a vehicle stops it automatically. However, there are plenty of cases. I read off several. I showed a video. I have more videos where shooting a moving vehicle is perfectly justifiable by an officer.
I can show you a very quick. I was able to find some of the ICE. This is confirmed ICE training on how to deal with these kinds of situations, and I want to share it real quick. This is it right here. This is featured on page 9.
That was good. That was good. I'll give it.
Sorry, I gotta share that with my chat. Okay, all right. My apologies.
Next up, thank you very much for this question from Composition B. Says, imagine being a chicken voting for KFC and being shot while supporting people who would steal from you in your country, and SAU, actual assault, in the country they came from. Suicidal empathy.
This sounds like a person that's arguing in favor of an ethno-state. That would cause a needless death and suffering upon millions of people, and I want there to be less suffering in the world, and so I reject your hypothesis.
This
I
one
don't think
from...
you being against mass migration means you want an ethno-state.
I mean, we could have that conversation. It sounded he was arguing an ethno-state.
This juicy one coming from your pal Basil. Problem. Wi-Fi, was the shooting of Ashley Babbitt on January 6th, 2021 justified? If not, please explain the difference to the Renee Good case.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly spent, me and the First Amender got this debate going a couple days ago. So all of my focus has been on 100% situations with vehicles. But honestly, I don't have an opinion on January 6th. I haven't really completely formed an opinion on that. I'm pretty new to politics, so I tend to hyper-focus on certain situations, so I understand what I believe and why I believe it, and that's not one I've hyper-focused on yet.
This one from Bigly Drew says, to those that would argue she crossed state lines, did you support Kyle Rittenhouse when he crossed state lines?
Yeah, I think it's a bad argument.
Time traveling.
And by the way, while I don't like Ashley Babbitt's politics, I do not believe that she should have been killed by that officer. The officer should not have used lethal force during the January 6th riot. They should have stopped the riot.
This one coming in from Time Traveling Papaya says, disallow leftists. Just disallow them. We can't share a society with this. They refuse to acknowledge reality.
I was very, very careful when I created my video, my intro. You can look at it yourself. I'm extremely empirically, the way that I think is things have to be empirically backed. And I very carefully look at the evidence, and this is me putting in my best effort and showing you the work that I had put in, and that you can see it for yourself. It's all there for you. The question is whether or not that you're willing to walk along with me.
You got it.
It is interesting how we're at a position in our country where I don't see an off-ramp for the polarization. I mean, even I think we had a fair discussion tonight, but it seems like we see things completely differently, and I think we represent a vast majority of people on both sides where we're just seeing two completely different situations. Would you agree with that?
I do. Yeah, I do. And and I do see an off-ramp. I think Donald Trump is very old. There will come a time where he will pass away and the rhetoric will just not be able to hold steam.
This one coming in from Bigly Drew says, Wi-Fi, whether the shooting was justified or not, do you think he chose the best possible course of actions, or do you think there were better options?
Yeah, it's tough. I'm not, I think he was legally justified. You said besides that, it's tough to put yourself in his shoes in that situation. I think that he would have saved himself a lot of trouble for himself if he did not shoot and some other people. I don't know how he could have made that decision that quickly. It's tough. It's not black and white. It's a very tough situation.
This one from Big League Drew says, Wi-Fi, did shooting stop the threat or make it worse?
No, shooting did not stop the threat to other people. And once the threat had been established, he acted. But true, by the time the second and third shot were fired, the vehicle was pointing fully away from him. We agree on that. It's just the fact of how quickly it happened and his reaction time. Now, could you ask that question one more time? There was another part I wanted to say.
Yeah, they said, did shooting stop the threat or make it worse?
Right, yeah, and so here's the thing is, I brought this up time and time again. Again, you probably super chatted this before I brought it up, but there are tons of situations where people don't even go to trial, and then there are even precedent in court cases and court rulings where the officers are completely justified for shooting the vehicle to eventually stop the threat rather than letting the threat go.
You got it. This one from Greek archaeology says, in case they didn't discuss this, First Amender and Wi-Fi, what would you two do if you were in the role of the ICE agent? Play a little pretend. I want you to do a little role play for them, First Amender.
I never would have stepped in front of the vehicle. I would have taken their license plate information, and then I likely would have left myself a note to follow up with whatever authoritative body can give them charges by mail. I would have just let them go.
Yeah, I would probably never be an ICE agent because that's got to be extremely hard.
Oh, no, me neither. It's like, just morally speaking, I'm like, this is horrible. I hate this. But if I had to be an ICE agent, that would be where I would be at.
I gotcha. And
go ahead.
Just to kind of answer the question and not dodge it, I don't know what I would have done, but I would have, and I don't think he wanted to shoot anybody until the last moment, but I don't know. I definitely wouldn't be wanting to shoot anybody if that was the intent of the officer, which I don't believe it is.
This one from Leia Bobea says, for your contention, USC 1357, parentheses A5A and A5B, allows for detention of citizens who commit crimes in front of the ICE agents. Awful, but lawful.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that statute. I know USC 18111 allows you to detain people from obstructing.
I think that is specific to when they are conducting an investigation or conducting dealing with immigration. If you're being blocked from that, you have the ICE officer has an authority to detain somebody to prevent them from doing so.
This one coming in from Big League Drew says, dude doing tricks on the long KCID of the law. Papers, please. Thank you for your crown, Marilyn. And thank you, Emperor Fat Ass Dog. Says the officer didn't just get grazed. They recently confirmed he had a torso injury from getting hit by the car. So again, Amender, it was self-defense.
What is your opinion on the internal bleeding situation?
I don't know. I would have to look it up further. I don't know.
The reason I didn't bring it up, for anybody wondering, is because it's just I think it's either ICE or DHS released this information. But it's like if First Amender was like, well, how do you know that? Then I don't know. I'm trusting what they say. So I didn't think it was like, I believe it. I just didn't think I could back it up if it came up. So that's why I didn't bring it up.
This one from Leia Bobea says, you said you understood the first shot. That's all that matters. He didn't, quote, body block. He walked around the SUV. Happened in less than 7 seconds. He didn't linger.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I was reading, like, apparently he had suffered, quote unquote, internal bleeding in his torso, but was treated and released the same day. So Is it really that serious? Anyway,
I will reread it since you
sorry,
asked.
one more time.
They
My
said
apologies.
you said you understood the first shot. That's all that matters. He didn't body block. He walked around the SUV, happened in less than 7 seconds. He didn't linger.
He did. In fact, he turned toward the vehicle, and Alex was able to confirm that himself. Even my opponent was willing to acknowledge that.
You got it.
It's an interesting point that he didn't linger, because I understand, like, I do concede I saw at least a couple seconds he stopped in front of it. I can definitely concede that. But it is an interesting point to think about the lingering aspect. However, there was a good point I was going to say. I lost it. Sorry.
This one from Emperor Fat Ass Dog says, question for Amender, yes or no, did she still put her car in drive even after the cop was trying to block her? If yes, isn't that attempted manslaughter?
No, because she turned away. She was not intending to kill them at all. I don't believe that there is and I mean, I guess somebody could argue, hey, that internal bleeding, but the fact that he was released the same day means I believe that he was likely just grazed on the leg, and that was it.
You got it.
It doesn't matter how serious the injury is. It just matters the potential,
she's turning away.
Imminent threat.
She's actively avoiding hitting him.
With the vehicle, even accidentally hitting him in that situation, he can't know her intentions, and he has to treat it as a threat, as assault.
Except he was you could see his feet on the side of the vehicle by the time he fired. So he was already out of danger.
This one from Do Appreciate It. Composition B says, question for Soy Amender. If she wasn't obstructing, it never gets old. If she wasn't obstructing justice and was actually following the law, would she be dead right now?
No.
This one from.
I appreciate that, but I also think it's not. It kind of it borders on that, like what he was saying earlier. Like, did she deserve it because, she broke the law? And I don't ever want to make that, because I heard people make like arguments, and I'm not saying the super chatter was doing that. I agree with the super chatter, but I never want to make an argument like, oh, she broke the law, she just deserves death. The death is only justifiable. The use of force is only justifiable in situations where the officer or another person's life is seriously endangered or for serious bodily harm.
This one coming in. Big League Drew says, careful talking about doing manly physical things. Not sure you're that guy. I don't know who that was for. I mean,
I went a little bit over the top against First Amender. Apologies there. I got a little heated. But, I mean, dude, post a video of you doing something manly and I'll do it better. What can I say?
Wow. Oh boy, First Amender showing off the guns. Oh, he's always looking for. He's always advertising, folks. Yeah, he's single, but
I'm not.
Chris,
I'm not single.
Whoa, First Amender's off the market. That just makes them want you more, First Amender. I don't know if you know that. This one funny. From just the king of desire over there, Don Juan. Chris says, in re-niegal, I don't know if this is Latin or a term I just haven't. In regarding niegal means a federal officer acting in the line of duty falls under federal law, not local jurisdiction. How does that impact both sides?
One more time, the question. I was distracted.
Let's see. I'm going to put this in chat so people, in case they need to see it, because I don't know. I should know this, but I feel like I'm putting it. I'm going to put the whole question in chat, and that way, what's in re-niegal mean?
So,
I'm putting it in the live chat on Modern Day Debate. It says, it's just a term. Well, let's put it that way. Term X means a federal officer acting in the line of duty falls under federal law, not local jurisdiction.
But it's the state that would likely try it because they should not be there to begin with. The state never requested ICE agents to be there. And so there's a legal gray area here, and it is likely that this would be something that would be tried at state level. But then again, to be fair, I'm not a legal expert. This is just my recursory reading.
Yeah, it's a tough. I mean, there's literally legal scholars who debate these things all the time.
Yeah.
And there are people who are actively trying to bring cases against Trump and Kristi Noem, right? Kristi Noem's, who knows if it's just a show or if they're serious about it, but they're trying to impeach Kristi Noem. And a lot of it, there's like this one deal that she did or whatever, I'm not too sure, but a lot of it is based on violating public trust with the way that the DHS is deploying ICE. So, people think that what he's doing with ICE isn't legal, so they're going to try to impeach Kristi Noem on it and try to get some court precedent to maybe try to impeach Trump, is my guess.
Would you, just out of curiosity, let's say if you were in Kristi Noem's position, would you be handling ICE differently, or how would you handle ICE?
That's tough. I don't know, man. How do you get? I don't know what number you would agree to. 5 million, 10 million illegal immigrants living here. Some people say really
let's
high
say
numbers.
that let's say Donald Trump is telling you, hey, I need you to go into Democrat cities and show them what for. I mean, would you disobey him and be like, or would you be like, yes, sir?
Yeah, as long as he's legally justified, who am I to disobey my boss?
This is super gray area. It's your authority ultimately, and it's lives on the line on the basis of your name.
Yeah, I mean, everything's risky, but I don't know what I would change.
This one from Even Lord says, Mr. Wi-Fi, do you think Renee is licking the great spiritual ditch known as Hades? Let's see, okay. Also, do you think the Somalis care about her sacrifice, quote unquote, easy W Wi-Fi?
Honestly, pray for Renee Good's soul. I think that's what we should do.
From
yeah, go ahead.
If you want to say more, I can give you a chance.
No, I don't want to dismiss the super chatter because I understand. Like I said, I think she got what she deserved. I don't think what she did was right. But when it comes to her soul, I need to be more charitable of a person myself.
You got it. This one from Jonathan Tessier says, is it dangerous to be an officer? Ergo, no right to self-defense. He was assisting, got hit, then she gladly forfeited her life for a stupid ideology.
Yeah, I disagree with the entire ideology. Like, to think that you're some sort of hero for blocking ICE from doing what they're legally allowed to do is very dangerous. And I think the people that trained her, or these documents they're talking about on CNN, saying just not comply with any order an ICE agent gives is like generally true until you start obstructing. And I don't think she knew that. I don't think they taught her that.
Basic human rights and decency, I don't believe is an ideology. I think what ICE is doing is terrible.
This one from Big League Drew says, put it in reverse, Terry. And Flowing Glass says, don't forget to hit the like video. First Amender is getting owned.
This is once again like where you get into like the debate bro sphere, and what's better is to like learn from one another, and we can gather information from one another as opposed to one person being owned versus another. But if you guys like this kind of content, check out my channel as well. I'm a small, you know what? I actually just recently hit past 1,000 subscribers, and I swore that I would not say that I'm a small YouTuber anymore.
Like when you're a business and you get 100 employees, you're not small anymore.
You're not small anymore. Yeah. Yeah. What the heck,
dude? The first 1,000, I'm right around that same area, and that first 1,000 is hard.
It is hard.
So, yeah,
it's so true. If you get past the first 1,000, it just gets easier. You have more momentum. It's so hard to start from scratch. You guys want to hear something crazy? A year ago, you guys aren't even going to believe me, I started a channel just like as a hobby of ghost videos. And it was so hard starting from scratch. I was like, I'm getting like 3 views per video. I just scrapped it. I was like, this is just, forget it. So you guys have made it past the hard part.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm serious about this. Now, this question coming in from First Amender, you have failed to prove the elements of the offense for murder. You lose. They have many O's here. Lose Ooh, hold on, there are more ones.
I'll at least give it to Alex, where he had he had an argument to be made, but he's not providing any argument as to quote unquote why I lost or that I didn't address anything that Alex had said. I feel that my intro in and of itself is more than enough to show my perspective, and I think it's reasonable.
This one from...
The word murder is like a high level, like a high standard. And if I wanted to be like an asshole and be pedantic, I could have been like, go through all that nonsense. But sometimes it can work in your favor, but sometimes you just come off as an asshole when you're too pedantic. So I didn't do that.
You got it. This one from Zoidberg says, I am sorry. What exactly is the debate here? The second and third shots were murder, first degree. The dude would be eligible for death penalty if he wasn't being protected by the state. As a criminal attorney, I wouldn't touch this case.
Based. Yeah, completely agree. I couldn't agree with you more. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, I think that they would run into the exact problem. That's the exact thing that I noticed.
So if you're a criminal attorney, you should know the term judicial deference when it comes to the the use of force when an officer is threatened with immediate danger, especially in Graham versus Connor. Is it not true? Send another super chat or DM me. I'd like to know from your perspective. Is it not true that there is judicial deference, especially when all 4 shots or 3 landed within less than 2 seconds?
You got it. And then Big League Drew, forgive me, I missed your milestone chat. And then also Leia, if I'm pronouncing it right. I missed your normal chat. Throw it in chat for me and just tag me. Sorry about that, and I'll read those. Big League Drew says, K-Cans, this is a person in chat, wants to know what your favorite type of pizza is. That is Freg. He usually does ask that every time. For his own personal data, he says his is pineapple or something. Cheers. Seriously asking. This is a serious question that we commonly cover. Mine's pepperoni. What are your guys' favorite types of pizzas?
Ooh, I just had pizza today. But my favorite, absolute favorite, and it depends. You got them. If you don't make it good, it's not good. But it's pizza with either white sauce or just cheese, and then grilled or crispy chicken and honey mustard sauce.
I like the supreme pizza. The one with all the veggies and a little bit of meat. Very good.
Okay.
I also do want to point out for the modern day debate audience, afterwards, I am taking live calls. And so if you want to have a conversation with me about this debate or the topic, I'll be taking your calls. So join my channel. I appreciate it.
You got it. Yes. And Leia, when I say tag me in chat, I mean like tag me in chat, but attach your question because I missed that. So this one from John Mitchell says, did the officer's actions put him in front of vehicle, or did Renee backing up and angling the car assist in his position?
I'll go first. I think that he put himself in front of her car. Could you make the argument that she assisted in that? Maybe. And in the backing up, I'm not sure. But I think him putting himself in front of the vehicle does not constitute officer-created jeopardy unless the vehicle was already moving forward and he stepped in the direction of it.
This one from Bless My Vibe Code says, first amender, or they said first offender. He's not an offender. He's never... Okay, so they say this whole thing comes down to the fact that if people came to America legally, we wouldn't have any of these problems. I think they're saying that they're like, hey, I'm cool with legal immigration. It's when people sneak in that I don't like.
You're just arguing like effectively very much in favor of an authoritarian state, and that whatever excuse that they present, I think your mentality there, it's potentially very dangerous there. I think you can actually end up with some pretty horrible situations that you would have to justify should I follow your logic. I don't think I will be doing that.
What is your opinion on immigration, or at least immigration enforcement. Are you an open borders guy, or like where do you fall on that?
Oh, I'm not an open borders guy. I think that our immigration system just needs to be easier to understand and follow, and it would result in people actually using the pathways to immigration. And honestly, it's both a problem of both Democrats and Republicans, where we have slowly convoluted it over time. Philosophy Cat just subscribed. Thank you for the subscription, Philosophy Cat.
This one from Cool V1C. That's your pal, right?
Yeah, Vic's awesome. Go check Vic out. He does live streams all the time.
I know, Cool.
Wow, he's pals of both of you. He's a kind person. So thank you for your question. Says, I would have taken their information, then let them go, quote unquote. But they were in the middle of the road still. You would have just left them there? Also, Wi-Fi.
They would have, the fact that one of the officers was trying to open the vehicle, she was immediately trying to get out and get away. So that's where I'm at with it.
You got it. Folks, don't forget to hit that like button. Crush it, destroy it. We got couple last questions here. Yerba mate. Oh, that's right. I always say it wrong. Sorry about that, Max. Seriously, it's just that I'm a boomer. They say after show on Yerba Mate Talks, but I think the way you pronounce it is different than that. But it looks like Yerba Mate Talks
Yerba
in
mate.
the live chat, or if you type it into
That's
YouTube.
right.
Is
Maybe
it
I
just like
can't
the
take
drink?
calls. Maybe I
Yerba
can't take
What?
calls. I'll join Yerba for a bit.
There's a drink called
Maybe I'll
yerba
take one or
mate.
two calls.
Really?
Yerba mate. It's it's the drink. Yeah, it's the drink.
It's like a tea,
Yerba.
right?
Yep.
This one from Yerba Mate Talk says, open panel, let's discuss the debate. This from Basil Problem. Modern Day Debate is Ryan hosting on the Ghost Channel now. No, the Ghost Channel it is no longer operating. Like I said, I put up like, I don't know, not even maybe 10 videos. And I just realized like, oh my gosh, it's so hard to start from scratch.
I mean, did you fill out your tags and like did all that? Like, I don't.
Yes, I did. It's so competitive. One, YouTube, I think the longer YouTube exists, the more competitive it gets. But the other challenging thing too right now is that now, for crying out loud, you've got AI also competing on YouTube, because people can upload AI videos, and so people's attention is being pulled in like an almost infinite number of directions now, that it's not impossible to still do it on YouTube. I think the biggest thing is collaborate. So if I started a YouTube channel, I would go on Modern Day Debate and I would ask somebody else to moderate it. I would say, hey, I'd make my case, and then I'd plug my own channel hard, which I totally don't blame you guys if you plug it hard. I will plug you guys though. First Amender and Wi-Fi Gospel are both linked in the description box. We've got more questions, so hang around. Basil Problem is mocking me more in his additional super chats. But first, check out both First Amender and Alex's channels. They are the lifeblood of this channel. You obviously enjoyed this debate, so you did listen. You enjoyed listening to at least one of them, and I'm going to make sure that the hyperlink is there on your guys' channels too. First Amender. Would you guys like to share? I should do this more often. Would you guys like to share about what you talk about on your channels?
Sure. Go ahead.
I'm a progressive political YouTuber. I have a hot takes list of a lot of progressive takes. I argue from a progressive lens. I argue in favor of the facts and where the facts take me. And so if the facts take me in a non-progressive lens, then I just accept it and move on. And I'm always open to hearing people out. I also have a debate show where I debate people live called Debate a Woke Liberal. You can call in on the show. Anybody can call in. I do it on Thursday, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but I also do it during weekends pretty commonly. So.
You got it.
Yeah. You probably know me as Wi-Fi Gospel. I've kind of shifted over things just to my name because I've kind of gone down the politics road now. I used to debate a lot of philosophy. Is God real, though? Christian ethics, that type of stuff. Still glad to do it. Love to do all that. But I'm kind of pushing myself into a different direction. And right now I kind of post debate reviews as videos, and then I do live stream debates like once or twice a week, and I also do a live kind of like political talk show every Thursday night over on Alexander Medeiros.
Now, what's your handle on YouTube? Just so I can see.
Now it's at Alexander Medeiros with the 2 X's.
Okay.
I'm at First Amender, 1ST Amender.
Okay, I've got to get. It's so hard to get yours to hyperlink, but just 2 seconds. I'm going to work on that. Basil Problem, nasty guy says Wi-Fi. I'm with RFK Jr. Deport everyone with BMI over 25. Pack your bags, chubs. Remember, don't resist when ice comes around.
Jesus.
Hey, if they made that rule, I'd need 30 days. I'd be under BMI. All right.
I'm not even. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not against the. I'm not gonna knock him for being overweight. I mean, I don't know what he's going through. I'm sure he's a good guy.
I think bullying works though.
Do you? Until the day that it doesn't, and then the guy ends up hurting themselves. But yeah.
Now, I must say, but you guys are both good sports because you guys just take it and it just rolls off like water off a duck's back. Because First Amender has gotten some brutal. You've been a good sport as well.
You have to. Yeah, you have to. It's just the nature of talking politics on YouTube.
Yeah, and especially me and Amanda are both going up against people with significantly larger audiences than ourselves, and that doesn't help either.
No, you get like mogged for like the next 2 weeks, and you're just like, Jesus. You just start turning off the notifications.
No, I'm just trying to get your hyperlink. I'm like so triggered. I can't get this to work. But folks, copy and paste Alex's, and I'm going to see if I can get the hyperlink to show in the title. But there it is. Okay, it's at least they're hyperlinked in the title now as well. And
thank you.
So check out their links, whether it be in the title or in the description box. I am going to let our guests go. But thank you guys for being with us. It was a big, beautiful debate. People loved it. Very enjoyable.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
I'm going to see if I can hop on Yerba Mate Talks, but I'll take maybe a call or two. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be back in just a moment, folks, letting you know about big upcoming debates. In fact, DebateCon 7, as you can see at the bottom right of your screen, check out those tickets. I'll be back in just a moment. Thanks, guys. That was amazing.
Amazing. Dude, I would love to show up on his show. That would be a dream come true. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I hear you. Say it louder, a little louder.
Please. I would love to show up on his show. What's his name? Oh, Jesus. I'm blanking on his name.
Jesse Lee Peterson?
Jesse Lee Peterson, yes. Yeah, I would. That would be a dream. Are you kidding? I would absolutely adore being on Jesse Lee Peterson's show.
Let me see what I can do. I've got to go, but let me see what I can do. I will.
Wait, you have his contact info?
His people, yes. I'll let you guys go.
Have a good night, James. Thanks again, and nice to meet you, man.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Appreciate it. Bye. All right, y'all. Shit. I said I was going to take calls, but they're right, though, with Yerba Mate Talks. We'll take one call. Let's see. We'll take one call, and then I'm going to go on Yerba Mate Talks. Keep it short, y'all. Keep it short. Not too long. Hold on. Let me pull up my phones. Hold on. Open phone. Let's see here. Turn off Do Not Disturb. All right. Call in quick, because I gotta get on Yerba Mate Talks. Call in quick. You have a moment. I have a moment to talk with you. Let's also get the phone here. 202-998-5218. Call in. That was an interesting debate. I was surprised. People were far less vitriolic than last time, which is fabulous. Let me get the music on. Where's my Edge? Do I have Edge open? What was it? I must have closed it. All right, so let's just shuffle. There we go. If I don't get any calls, I'm hopping right on Yerba Mate Talks. Mustache Max says Jesse Lee Peterson is a joker. Yeah, he is. 100%. Yeah. He's a total troll, too. Let me see if I can get onto Yerba. I don't think we're going to get that many. We're not going to get any calls. I don't think. Where's my Discord? Discord. Can you open, please? Where the fuck is it? Well, wherever it is, it's not there. Let me open up Discord one more time. I closed the app. Now that you're more free, did you see my question earlier? I did not. What was your question? Ah, there's Max. All right. Doesn't look like we're getting any calls, so not a big deal. Let's just go straight into yerba mate talks. So apologies. I said I was going to take calls, but it does appear that I kind of want to get on yerba mate. I love going on yerba mate talks. We're going to do that. All right. Here we go. Make sure it's looks good. Audio looks good. Okay, interesting.
Yes, I agree.
Let's see. Hold on.
Ooh, the man, the legend, the one, the only, the first amender, Yellow.
Hello. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Hang on. Just let me back up here for this one.
Okay.
Right, stick it in first. Right, there we go.
Just FYI, Kaka Hans, you're not going to come on the show.
Let me use the bathroom real quick. Give me 1 quick second. Hold on.
Yeah, no problem. Mute yourself. Let me mute you.
It's fine.
There was one time that we heard him pee. It was weird. And we have a Fudge Champion. Haven't seen you here before. Welcome.
What's good?
Everything is awesome, like the Lego movie says. Alrighty. We'll start with the show. We're going to talk about First Amenders opening, and I'm going to hand it over to John. Thoughts?
Obviously it was good to have the raw video footage, which was nice. It was actually quite janky on my end. Like, it almost looked like it was a bunch of stills rather than actually being video. So I don't know if that was my broadband or if that was because of how it was being streamed to MDD and everybody else was the same. But I've seen a lot of the footage anyway, so I don't know if it actually distracted that much. It was more just sort of like a technical criticism. But I don't really agree with First Amender's conclusions based on the video. It did seem pretty clear that the ICE agent was struck by the vehicle. And whether he could have moved out of the way is the bit that's subject for debate, not whether he was actually hit. The significance of the strike really, from a legal point of view, seems to be kind of irrelevant. So to say it was a quote-unquote glancing blow, and the other thing that I would probably disagree with is First Amender made quite a big deal pointing out that his feet weren't in front of the vehicle at the time, but it was hard to tell because the other officer's body was obscuring him, but it looked like he was leaning over the bonnet of the vehicle whilst it was moving.
What's the bonnet?
The front of the car, the hood.
The hood. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So if his body's over the hood of the vehicle and his feet are to the side of the vehicle, so what? Like, he's still being hit by the vehicle just because his feet aren't in front of it. I mean, his head is. I'd rather my feet. Do you know what I mean?
I personally do not believe that he got hit anywhere close to as hard as people seem to think he did. I think the reason why people believe that he got hit hard was because how shaky his camera footage was. But I think a more plausible explanation to the shakiness of his camera footage was the fact that he had fired 3 times, not because he had gotten hit that hard by the vehicle. Considering by the factor that the road itself was icy, he was holding his phone in one hand and in the other he had a gun, and he had fired 3 times. And by the time that he had fired the first shot, both of his feet were not in front of the vehicle, but now on the side of the vehicle, very clearly not getting hit. I think it is fair to say that he had gotten grazed, but I don't think that he had gotten hit all that hard.
So where I would disagree here, Amanda, is fine. I would not make the claim that this guy was clattered with the vehicle going at 25 miles an hour and he was. There's a difference between like the energy that's been transferred into a person because of the speed of an object and the energy that's been transferred into a person because of the mass of an object. There are other angles of the footage that show him being physically pushed backwards. You can see his feet sliding across the asphalt. Again, it's icy. I
never saw that in any footage.
I've literally, whilst the debate was going on, I've looked up angles of the footage where you can see him being pushed backwards.
If you have that video, I looked for lots and lots of footage. I never saw him getting pushed back.
It's real clear, especially when you slow it down. You can see him sliding backwards.
I'm telling you, the fact that I edited it as long as I did, it's very clear to me.
Basil says the New York Times video analysis shows he was not struck.
Mate, you can hear him bounce. You can hear him bounce off the bonnet in his footage.
He did not bounce on the hood. That just simply did not happen.
All right. 1 second. Let's go to Fudge Champion. Thoughts on Amander's opening?
Hi, I came in a bit later, but I have a question for First Amender.
All right.
Can you imagine a circumstance where someone gets hit by a car and they don't fear for their life?
Yeah.
Could you tell me about that? Give me a hypothetical.
Well, like what we just saw regarding the ICE officer here.
I'd like a different example because I don't think that's good to use what we're dealing with. I want it.
A car's in park and they run into a vehicle.
Go ahead.
Cars in park and you run into a vehicle.
And you run into the vehicle, so the vehicle's not hitting you, or
yeah.
I don't think that's the same as what. Clearly, the vehicle hit him.
You're you're asking for a different scenario, and I'm giving you different scenarios. I don't know what you're asking.
Okay, that's fine.
The problem that I have is that he had made the decision to step in front of that vehicle. He did not have to do that, nor is it proper procedure to do that in any stretch of the imagination from any trained security officer of any kind. You just simply would not step in front of a vehicle to prevent it from leaving. You just wouldn't do that.
Do you think that, is that really something you're concerned about? Or did a lot of liberals have heard about this policy and now they're taking that as facially he must be wrong because he violated the policy? And then they're conflating the policy with the law. So,
well, I went over the law in my intro. It is very clear that the only instance where you have a right to kill somebody is under the pretense that your life is in danger. But by the time he had fired his first shot, he was not in danger. And it can be shown that empirically in the video itself. It doesn't help that he put himself in that danger to begin with.
All right. Let me ask you, Amanda, do you feel you accomplished what you set out to do with your opening?
I think so, yeah.
Awesome. Sorry, I had to do it. I haven't seen him in a long time. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm fantastic. Thoughts on Amender's
And Happy New Year to you, by the way, since that's also late.
Same to you and your family, my friend.
Thank you.
Thoughts
Hey,
on Amender's opening, please.
By the way, I just like to let the chat know I have a discussion with Jimmy Snow in the line about this. You can look that up. And I'm a frequent caller on the line.
Okay. If you want to share the link with the timestamp to me on the private chat, I'll share it to the rest of the audience. Batman, go ahead.
If we're just basically going to be talking about the sort of normal process, we're talking about the intros and stuff.
Yes.
I was already pretty late, so you can go ahead
Oh,
and skip
okay.
me for the most part.
No problem. All right.
When you get around to it, Max, I think I've got a video clip that shows the ICE agent physically being pushed backwards on the ice for First Amender. So when
You got it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. We'll do Isa, this person here, other, and then we can watch that. All right, Isa, welcome. How you doing?
Yo, what's up?
Doing awesome.
So we're talking about openings. Is that what we're discussing?
Yes.
Well, I actually was on David Wood's channel, so I didn't really get to. We were talking about my
intro.
debate. Huh?
Nobody saw my intro. It was so good.
I saw. My favorite part was when you pronounced "yerba mate talks."
Can I
correctly? I was like,
hold
"Oh,
on.
you got that Latino vibe, bro."
Can I just play it's 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes. Can I just play it? Because it is a good video. And
Yeah, let's do this. We will give other his let Isa finish his. He didn't see the open. Sorry. We'll give other his chance to give his thoughts on the opening, and we'll play both videos. We'll play yours, Amender, and here it won't be choppy at all.
No.
And we'll play John's. Other, welcome. Haven't been around. Welcome to the show. Give us your thoughts on Amender's opening, please. Hello? Yeah, you are muted.
Oh.
There you go. Oh, okay. I guess not. All right, Amender, if you want to play that, the share button is in the middle.
I'm playing it again because I don't know. I think it's a very good video, and I worked
it was
really hard.
choppy as hell.
Yeah,
I
that's
would like to
bad.
see it, to be fair, because it was like through the MDD medium, whatever was going on, it was janky as fuck. So yeah,
That sucks. All right, so we're gonna play it one more time. I apologize.
Daniel says Max's accent and intonation always makes me think he's Italian, but yeah, I'm from Uruguay.
All right, let me
I
go
can
ahead
confirm
and share
he's
my
not one of
screen
my
real
people.
quick.
No, and if you want to get like technical, I have Spanish and French heritage. I actually
Okay.
have Spanish.
Do you see it?
French.
Is it working?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
All right, so we're just
That's
gonna
why
we're gonna play it. Here we go. Ready?
did you enable the sound?
What is it? Is that something?
Did you
I have to-
enable the sound?
Is that something I have to do here as well?
Yep.
Oh my god.
I gotta bring up, by the way, for whatever reason, every other channel I've been into for the past like 2-3 days, they've all had issues with the audio.
It's because of the way it. Also
Yeah, because when you share, you need to
There you go.
specifically select.
There you go. There you go.
Right there.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. At the beginning of the clip, we can observe Renee Good blocking traffic, likely protesting ICE presence. We will be pausing during key points of various clips found to understand the full context of the evidence, be it showing the ICE officer's potential innocence or guilt in the matter. The ICE officer has given a lawful order to get out of the vehicle to potentially investigate citizenship status of Renee Good. Renee has a responsibility to stop the vehicle and step out. Renee Good does not perform this, making her next set of actions illegal in the eyes of the law. The officer in question, Jonathan Ross, not the officer actively trying to open the door to Renee Good's vehicle, can be seen in front of the vehicle and is currently midway into pulling his firearm out while recording with his phone from his left hand. Here we can see Jonathan Ross having fired his first shot at Renee Good, which we now know as having been the shot to kill her, as the vehicle had been put in drive and then began moving forward and to the right. However, by looking closely at the footage, by the time the first shot had been fired, we can observe that Jonathan Ross's feet both firmly planted alongside the vehicle, preventing any chance of Jonathan Ross's life being threatened to warrant such an action. Here we can observe a second and a third shot fired as the car began to veer off to the right, clearly out of Jonathan Ross's way. If he wasn't safe enough from being run over by Renee Good, he certainly was now that he had been firing at a fleeing vehicle. Here in a separate angle, we can observe the car moving forward and to the right while we see Jonathan Ross's feet once again planted alongside of the vehicle by the time the first shot had been fired. The words, "That's fine, dude, I'm not mad at you," are the last words Renee Good made before tragically losing her life to Jonathan Ross.
Show your face! I'm not mad at you. It's okay, we don't change our plates every morning, just so you know.
Jonathan Ross having diligently recorded the license plate of Renee Good, which, under different circumstance, would be used to find Renee's address and submit a court order for fleeing the scene and blocking traffic in the state of Minnesota. However, this ultimately does not happen due to the actions of Jonathan Ross took upon himself that day.
It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the...
Jonathan Ross, in observing the vehicle having been taken out of park and put in reverse, had decided to place his body in front of the vehicle to block her from leaving. This is around the same time he also, while recording on his phone, never once losing control of the phone in his left hand, reached for his gun on the right, likely to scare Renee Good from leaving. Here we can observe Renee Good clearly making an effort to turn her car to the right away from the ICE officer and her partner telling her to drive, baby, drive.
Whoa!
In Minnesota Statute 609.06, authorized use of force, a person including private citizens and peace officers may use reasonable force when they reasonably believe that it is necessary under certain circumstances, such as resisting an offense against themselves or another, or assisting in lawful arrest. Minnesota recognizes deadly force, example such as shooting a firearm at someone, a force that is intended, or that the actor should reasonably know creates a substantial risk of death or of great bodily harm. The taking of life or use of deadly force is only justified when it is necessary to resist or prevent an offense that the actor reasonably believes exposes themselves or another to great bodily harm or death. Should Jonathan Ross consult an attorney, the attorney would likely instruct Jonathan to state clearly that he felt his life was in danger and that he had no other option but to shoot. However, due to the actions of Jonathan Ross, the fact that he placed himself in a precarious situation, he held a phone and never lost control of the phone in fear of his life, and that he had fired multiple shots despite having been away from the face of danger, as can be seen in the footage, leaves me no other choice but to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Jonathan Ross is guilty of murder of Renee Good. There you go. There's my intro.
All right, thank you so much. Now we got it like the actual thing. We could see it very clearly. What I what caught my attention, John, if you want to get ready to share yours.
Yeah, sorry,
what caught my attention
much
is that,
much clearer. The MDD version was terrible. That was silky smooth.
Amanda, that you didn't bring up the fact that immediately after on the guy's recording, he goes like "fucking bitch," and that is.
I mean, the reason why I did not.
Is there really an issue with that?
Yeah, I didn't consider it relevant in the same way that I didn't consider the partner making fun of him for being fat.
Well,
go get yourself some lunch, big boy.
Yeah, I just didn't see it as really relevant to the topic. I guess is she guilty of murder?
Car, yeah, you're gonna say something, even if it's a graze, which is less than what actually happened to him. But
also, it's the adrenaline, and like rightly or wrongly, even if you perceived yourself as being in like a dangerous situation, like he may at that second he doesn't know where his rounds have necessarily landed.
Well, the problem is like if you reasonably perceive that danger, I don't imagine that anybody would reasonably be spending their time holding their phone and recording. Normally when somebody believes that they're genuinely in danger, that they're going to die, you're not holding your phone up to record it.
That's literally what everybody with
that's
a camera
the thing.
does.
I wonder why was he holding a phone and not his body cam? They don't have body cams?
Body cams
he doesn't have body cams.
Don't go to that kind of range because they're basically on the vest like that anyway.
He doesn't have. There's no body cams on ICE officers.
Also, I think
even in general, he did have one. I don't know whether or not he did, but that's why he would end up doing that.
He was on his second. He was on his second loop around the vehicle at the time. Like you can see, he'd already been around the rear of the vehicle, around the front of the vehicle, and then went around again. From what I understand, he might have been on his second loop round, recording. But more importantly, like you don't. There are generally two ways that people react. They either tend to drop shit, like everything, gun included, and dive out of the way, or they try and grip hold of everything. They scoop everything to them. Like you're trying to say, well, why was he worried about holding his phone if his life's in danger? Like,
yeah,
how the fuck would you know how? But why is it more rational to throw the phone away from you than it is to not throw the? Like, you're not necessarily a rational agent in that moment.
So here's the thing: if I'm holding the phone, and you feel like that you're in danger from a vehicle moving towards you, your options are get out the way. That's the option. The option is if you fear for your life of a vehicle going to strike you, your priority is not, I got to have this in frame. Your priority is get out the way. And normally if you are trying to get up and walk and get out the way, you're probably using your arms to do something like this that assists you in getting away.
Did you notice in the footage?
Like, why would he?
Dude.
Well, the footage shook. The footage shook because he fired his gun. That's why and also, just FYI, it is not reasonable to assume that the vehicle would stop just because you just killed the person.
Amanda, it didn't just shake though, did it? It's not like he kept her in frame the whole time and it just shakes because of recoil. The camera didn't go back and up. The camera went down and to the side as he's putting his hands down in order to stabilize himself.
And hell, this guy, he didn't even lose balance on an icy road. How much danger was he really in?
So it's an icy road. The vehicle is going from being in reverse. I mean, firstly, it's a 2.2 ton vehicle. It's going from being in reverse to going forwards. Now, if you notice, the wheels didn't lose traction when she put it in reverse and she rolled backwards, right? Now, in most vehicles, the reverse gear and the first gear are actually the same gear. The reason that your vehicle makes that whirring noise when it goes, yes, they are. Yes, they are, First Amendment, because the reason that it makes the whirring noise when you reverse is because it's square cut on one side and it's chamfered on the other. It's the same gear. Not necessarily the case in all automatic vehicles, but the reverse and the first gear are the same gear in most vehicles. Now, you'll notice that the vehicle didn't lose traction on the road when she was reversing, but it did lose traction on the road when she put it into drive and she slammed her foot into the fucking carpet.
So,
and it lost traction when it span forward.
So out of curiosity, everybody here thinks that that the ICE officer was entirely justified in killing Renee Good.
As does the law.
No, I don't think so. I think what you
Anybody else?
said, like they had their license plate, just let it
You
go.
let
grab
them
her
go.
after,
Exactly.
give them
Let them
extra
go.
charges.
Yeah, done.
What do you mean let them go?
My position is actually
Why put yourself into danger?
Why put yourself in the middle of the street blocking traffic and especially preventing ICE from doing their job?
What?
If she hadn't been doing that,
I'm
in the
not
first place, she wouldn't have
justifying
been
that.
Killed, would she?
I'm not making an argument justifying that action. She made bad actions as well. That doesn't mean, therefore, the bad action should result in the death of her. It doesn't make any sense.
Put the life of a law
The
enforcement
officer is
agent in
trained
danger.
to avoid putting himself into potential danger. It is not reasonable to have an ICE officer go in front of a vehicle that is not in neutral or park. It is not reasonable. And it is also not reasonable to assume that the vehicle would stop just because you shot the person driving. It's not a video game where it just magically stops the vehicle. No, the vehicle actually would accelerate. And anybody who's a trained officer would know that.
Hold on, I'm going to let Batman go.
Okay, so first of all, if you're going to talk about that in video games, we all shoot the driver even if a car is driving at us, regardless whether or not it's going to hit us. Secondly, that doesn't justify driving your vehicle into an officer, which she did reverse, turn the vehicle, when she was told, by the way, get out of the vehicle. And when she was told that, she was detained. And immediately when that point is when he started reacting to it, going, oh, okay, now she's going to be like, now she's backing up. Officers are telling her to get out of the vehicle. Okay. And then she goes forward. And it isn't even until she sees
I'll be right with you, officer. I'm just going to run this asshole over.
John, are you going to share that video?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, it's right here. How do I? So can I share screen?
Yep.
Share screen. Do not share these tips again. Yeah, I don't care about any of that. Select tab to share. There we go. Okay, share. So, am I visible? There we go. Oh fuck! This is going to be max. No. There we go.
Make it full screen.
I just tried making it full screen and it wasn't happy about that. Continue. There we go. That's better. So if we come back to that, yeah, there we go. Can you guys see that now? Can you?
Yep.
Okay. So either the guy's doing the fucking Macarena, like an epic moonwalk here, or like he's physically sliding backwards in the street. His feet are together at this point. Like,
what?
We're looking at this from a fixed position, right? Look, let's do it again.
It was choppy.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. But one sec. This is.
Is that one choppy or slow motion?
It's slow motion. See, the heels are moving backwards. Both of them. They're sliding on the tarmac. The vehicle in front is stationary, right? So if you use that as your datum for movement, he's not just moving his feet together.
Can you send that link so I can look at it?
Yeah. It's
You've seen that clip before, haven't you?
Lord, no, I've seen this.
I had it, but it was not in high res.
I'll stick it in the private chat. Lord knows where it's from. I literally just Googled it.
And also, just FYI, right? Once again, putting your hands on the car to get it to stop, also not procedure. You would never do this. You would never, as a trained officer, do this ever.
You don't
put
your
I
hands
just
in the
curl up
vehicle.
into the fetal position and let the vehicle roll over me. Of course you try.
No, you get out the way. You step out of the way.
But you realize
that's what you would do as an officer. Step away.
Human reaction time in low stress situations.
No, you're not just a regular civilian.
So he's Superman.
You're a
Right,
trained
okay.
officer.
The judgment
You are
by the
not
standards
at
of
any
Superman.
point. You are not at any point trained to step in front of a vehicle to prevent it from leaving. You never do that. No officer would ever. Yes, he did. He did. He did exactly
it's leaving
that.
backwards.
He put
It's in
himself
reverse.
into that position.
It's
He
in
did not
reverse. You
put
gotta go
himself
full
into that
reverse.
position. The
Yes, he
vehicle wasn't
did.
even the same place
All right,
when
we-
he was
we-
in that position.
I
you can literally see the tape from all the angles. There's even
I
one from the other
showed
side of the street.
I showed very clearly exactly what happened, and even my opponent acknowledged this.
I don't
If
care.
you are
Did you
saying
see all
that
three
it is
videos?
wrong, if you are saying that it is wrong, then I simply have to say we agree to disagree. You're living in fantasy world. You're in fantasy world. I don't know what to tell you.
Have you seen all three videos? There's one
Yes,
video from
I
across
saw
the street
all
as
three
well.
videos. Not only did I see all three videos, but I'm sitting here doing painstaking editing. I've watched it a dozen times by now. I've watched it more than you. I promise you that.
You haven't.
So and then
even if you have
you're
and you
sitting
still
there
come to the wrong
telling me,
conclusion, that's a
then
you problem.
if that happened, all right. I mean, it's clear
First
to me
Amendment.
that there's
Give
no
me-
way
give
I'm
me
going
a
to
mo-
convince you.
Let's
It's clear to me.
continue with.
May I ask you some general questions on immigration?
Not right now. When we open it up for the open discussion and so on, save them and you'll get to ask those a little bit later. Now, Wi-Fi Gospels opening. What did you think, Amanda?
I thought Wi-Fi Gospel's opening was very, it was long. He didn't have anything what appeared to be prepared. I think he was just kind of going through a laundry list of stuff. He even listed some things that actually argue against his point, not in favor of his point. Having listed his, the core holding of Tennessee versus Garner in 1985. Where I pointed out that, and he acted as if, hey, this Tennessee versus Garner, it argues in my favor, but police, it specifically states in Tennessee versus Garner that police may not use deadly force to stop a fleeing suspect unless the officer has probable cause to believe the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. By the time he fired his first shot, he was already out of the way. The one thing that would prevent somebody from getting hit with a vehicle is not shooting the person, but rather getting out of the way. And when he had fired that first shot, he was indeed out of the way, and it could be shown in multiple angles that that's exactly what happened.
All right. Thank you so much. Basil for $5. Thank you so much. Says, cheers to Amender. Can't believe the other fascists on the panel are defending the shooting of a woman involved in a traffic infraction.
Appreciate it.
I defend it.
I don't know if they're fascists, though. I wouldn't.
I love how I'm a fascist because we're having a disagreement about whether a person was hit by a vehicle in some footage that is genuinely ambiguous. I'm not calling First Amendment delusional here.
It's Basil. You gotta roll with it, but don't take it too personally.
Max.
But that's
and mind you, I'm not saying anybody here is a fascist. I mean, we can have the disagreement if we want. That's perfectly fine. I don't think any of you are fascists unless you show me that you're indeed a fascist, I guess.
You have literally no reason to accuse us of being fascists, even if we support law enforcement.
He's rage baiting you and you're falling for it.
No, to be fair though, that is actually the kind of narrative though that has got people to fight ICE and police officers like they really have anyway.
I mean, do you believe Renee Good was fighting ICE here?
Yes.
Preventing them?
No, I'm not mad at you while smiling. It's a very intimidating and threatening stance.
That's not fighting ICE.
Look at me. If I tell you, I'm not mad at you, dude. That is very threatening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are women who do play that game too.
Well, yeah, of course. But the lady who she was with, and I don't know what the deal is with the relationship, whether they were a couple, whether they're friends. It seems ambiguous from the reporting. I don't know what the hell's going on with it. So I'm just going to say her friend, not because I have a problem with the relationship. If it turns out they're in a lesbian relationship, that's fine. I don't give a shit. But there seems to be some footage from like interviews where she's going that they were part of some group that had received training on how to resist ice and stuff like that. Like how true that is, I don't know. There's a lot being made that she just dropped her kid off at school. There's also statements that she was intentionally trying to get in the way of the ice vehicles.
So we live in the United States, and you have a right to address grievances against your government. The fact that it is a constitutional right to be able to do so. Do you have a right, therefore, to obstruct justice? No, you don't. Does that mean that Renee Good deserved to die because that she was obstructing justice? Absolutely not.
That's not the claim, is it? You've skipped over the whole middle.
You didn't make a claim.
No. But what I'm saying is that the claim.
But you didn't make a claim. You just said
no. So you've assumed a claim on my part by making that statement. Like you're essentially saying.
No, I didn't assume you made a claim whatsoever.
Well, then why go? She didn't deserve to be killed because she was obstructing ice.
I'm telling you what I think.
But I agree with you. I think we all agree with you. She didn't deserve to be shot in the head because she disagreed with ice and was being a pain in the ass.
Okay,
that's not in question. No point has that ever been in question in the debate we've just watched.
Okay,
you argued or here right now. So why state it unless you're trying to?
Well, on top of it, like for example, I hearing what my opponent had said, he stated Renee Good got what she deserved. Does anybody here agree with that position? Fat Ghost Boo just subscribed. Thank you for the subscription, Fat Ghost. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
If you'd like another way of putting it, if you fuck around, you find out.
All right, hold on.
If you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
That wasn't my question. My opponent had stated Renee Good got what she deserved. Does anybody here agree with that statement? That she got what she deserved?
Yep.
No, I don't think she deserved to be shot in the head.
Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
But if you do fuck around, you do find out. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Her own father even said to.
Unless you are the president of Honduras.
I think that there's a great deal of response. Sorry, go ahead,
You
Max.
find out unless you're the president of Honduras, convicted of one of the biggest drug trafficking rings in Honduras and the U.S., and then you get pardoned for some reason.
I
guess that's not that bad because Americans do need to have their cocaine. I mean, the U.S. does run on cocaine.
I think.
Does Honduras also take their presidents to go?
We're not outlawing hypocrisy here. Let's be honest.
I think that there's a great deal of responsibility that needs to be held on behalf of the ICE officer. The ICE officer has much more responsibility than on behalf of an unprofessional protester, and there is a presumption that if you are a trained officer, I would imagine, considering that you have been an ICE officer for over 10 years, that you would likely be aware to not step in front of vehicles to prevent them from leaving. Right. I mean, I have not done any, I would not have done any officer training whatsoever. That's just obvious. There is no manual that's going to say, hey, if a car is about to leave, make sure you step in front of it in order to prevent them from leaving. That's incredibly dangerous. You as a rational human being should not be doing that.
Stop it. You can stop it if you're really, really strong.
If you're really good, yeah.
But firstly,
you're like Goku.
At no point is anybody making the argument that police officers think they're going to be like chocks under the wheel and they're somehow magically going to stop a 2.5 ton vehicle. That's clearly not the case. But the vehicle was reversing. The officer was in clear view of the person who was driving the vehicle. Now, at the point at which the woman was shot, now in part, at least, I would say the officer was in front of the vehicle, because you can physically see, like you can see the emblem, like you can see the fucking brand of the vehicle in the video when she starts rolling forwards, and then you hear him thump the vehicle on the gunshot. Like I don't know what else you need to know that there was physical contact with the vehicle. Like that seems.
I mean, I'm willing to acknowledge that
significant contact, fine. It might not have been that significant, but the guy had his gun in his hand. It's a 2.5 ton vehicle. Now, from a legal point of view, that's kind of like discussion over. Now, you can make the argument about the follow-up 2/3 shots, but they occurred, all of the gunshots occurred in like the whole vehicle revving up, rolling forward, him being hit, and the 3 shots took place in 2 seconds or so, but the string of 3 or 4 shots was less than a second. Human reaction time is about 200 milliseconds, so 0.2 of a second, in ideal circumstances. These were not ideal circumstances. And say, oh, circumstances changed in like a fraction of a second. He should have been able to react to that. Your standard for what constitutes reasonable behavior with regards to changing circumstance is fucking insane. That's not reasonable at all.
I showed empirically, again, it doesn't require reaction time. I showed empirically that
whenever I can.
Yes, give me one moment, because we have other and how do you pronounce that? Leia
Bobega.
Leia Bobega. Okay.
Leah.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. I wanted to,
Sons of the Patriots.
Before we continue with the open discussion portion, I wanted to bring this up because, and I don't know how the hell you didn't catch this, Bender. This guy, he actually doesn't put himself in front of the why isn't this fucking playing? Someone has noise on their mic. Let me mute it. There we go. Fuck. Freaking hell, what is happening? There we go. Okay. Here, and then when the guy unloads the clip, like here, when the guy starts unloading the clip, this guy shouldn't have started shooting. He's in the middle of a residential area, aiming at a car that is moving.
Yeah.
And there's like windows, houses, shit all over there.
Yeah.
What if someone was running and got hit? Like this does like completely undermine the Wi-Fi gospel's argument, because this was an insecure discharge of a firearm, to my uninformed opinion. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Doesn't make his case. This person, it's the same thing. Get the license plate. Go use the power of investigation of the police.
There's always someone.
I'm sorry.
So, but what you're asking for here is perfection, right?
No.
The what?
Well, what you're asking for here is perfection.
Sorry, I was trying not to interrupt.
Yeah, sorry.
John,
no, I don't think anybody is asking for perfection. Max is not expecting perfection, and neither am I.
No, but if you're pointing at something that is fucking moving with a window and doors to houses and a parking lot that is really full, like this, to me, this is extremely insecure discharge of a firearm, and I don't know why.
But that's not how that works, though.
With that video, when was the first shot fired? Because it looks to me like
when it goes past him, but you see he's on the way. He sees it moving and he immediately moves away. Because you don't stop a car with your body. You don't.
Well, you don't stop a car with your body, and you also can't. And you also can't stop a car just because you killed the person driving. Cars don't stop just because you killed the person driving.
Hold on. First of all, he wasn't trying to stop the vehicle. I don't know why we're even making that.
Then why are you killing them?
Then why are you shooting?
Hold on. And if you're trying to make that comparison, he had a lot more distance in that video from that vehicle than Jonathan Ross ended up having with the vehicle that was literally in front of him.
This is more reason why he shouldn't be shooting.
What do you mean it's not reason why you shouldn't have
This
been
is
shooting?
more reason why you should not be shooting. Shooting is not going to magically stop them. There's no reason.
Did she threaten his bodily autonomy?
Yes.
Did she threaten his body and his life?
Yes.
Okay. So are you saying then that he doesn't have the right to defend himself?
But
he would not be defending himself by doing that.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not, because if you shot somebody, it wouldn't cause them to slow down. If anything, it would only cause them to speed up.
What do you mean it would have caused them to slow down? She definitely did, didn't she?
She did not. She literally sped up after she died.
Into that vehicle.
Yes, she sped up. She continued going forward, even though she was dead.
Or was she?
Because
you just turned a human being into a brick.
You have a foot in the gas.
So it's okay
you
to try
shot,
and run him
you
over.
have a foot in the gas, you get shot, you die.
No, who is arguing that it's okay to run them over? I'm saying it is not reasonable to assume that if you shoot them, that all of a sudden you're now in the clear and you're safe. You're not safe just because you killed them.
Yes, Lee, go ahead.
If I may.
Yeah. Yes? Hello? Dead air?
Yeah, so
go ahead.
He shouldn't have.
Please start speaking now.
There's actually this theory. I sent a video in the private chat. There's this guy that actually kind of does this kind of a thing. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go on.
Would that by chance be Nate the Lawyer's video?
Okay. I don't know if I'm behind or what's going on. This guy investigates things like this for the police, right? And so he knows. No, but Nate the Lawyer is really good. I think I might have made a post about his as well. This guy is the real someone. I've linked it here. But
real.
Yeah, and by the way, Nate the Lawyer is a hardcore right-wing shill. So it's not really super great.
Well, you think everybody further right than Barney is.
Nate,
right.
I'm saying Nate the
that's not
Lawyer.
what I'm asking. Don't engage in character assassination.
Yes,
did
I
you,
did.
Or did you not watch the video?
Yes, I did.
So you're aware of the laws that he actually did bring up, as well as the cases he introduced.
I mean, I didn't look it into detail, but I did watch his video.
So you were watching and paying attention then when he even described how when you threatened
I listened to it. I don't know what is this a character assassination?
I'm asking you whether or not you watched the video. If you want to try and use those same words, you better understand what they mean.
Hold on. Let me share the link.
You haven't changed at all, Batman, and I'm really glad I'm not on Modern Day Debate anymore talking to people.
I'm a right-wing shill, but I agree with First Amendment on things like gay marriage and stuff like that. So, I assume because I'm a right-wing shill, I'm just wrong about that as well, right?
I'm just saying, like, if you're going to go with, with a lawyer where they, it's very clear that they're very pro-ICE, very pro-Trump, very pro whatever is happening in the right-wing establishment. Of course, Nate is going to argue from that lens.
I'm not even talking about Nate. Amender, wait a second.
Fair enough. I'm just saying, like I'm getting.
I had something playing in the background, and so I was like, really, it was fucking. So here's what I'm trying to tell you. It wasn't Nate. I know what you're talking about. The video. It's not him. It's a different guy. It's a black guy. It's in the. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is
I shared it here.
I was going off of. Thank you. I appreciate that. Somebody had just brought up about the 3 shots, and he actually shared a very possible, I won't go as far as to say probable, possibility, and anybody that's trained with firearms knows that this could be quite possible, in the fact that the last 2 shots very well could have not been an intentional discharge of his firearm. I don't know if you've ever heard of this phenomenon. It's called double tapping the trigger, and people who train for a very long time with firearms, like he was a firearms instructor, you might know this, and had trained for many, many years with them, eventually they learn to be able to, they call it double tap, which means you basically hit that wall with reset so quick. It's like a double shot. Hit it.
But
so
it wasn't
soon
2
after that
shots; it
reset
was
point.
3.
Well, you're talking about
Right. That's what I'm saying. He's saying his also being an expert in firearms himself, this guy that broke it down, he believes that the last 2 shots were accidental. He was knocked off balance and he accidentally
probably
fired
panicking
those.
too in that. But I
Although
have
the
a
first
question,
one
just
was
really
still
quickly.
intentional.
Did they actually call it double tapping? Because it means something different.
No. They they call it that. That's what he called it.
I
I'm not
mean,
sure what the actual name is.
maybe, but the problem that I'm having is even by the first shot, he was already out of the way. There is no reason
I don't see that
in
in
order
the
to
video.
defend. No,
I
it is
disagree.
there. I showed it multiple times. Everybody
And
saw it.
The first shot went
I would
through the
really
windscreen.
like for you to watch this video that I've also linked, because he actually shows the way that he breaks it down, and he has it from 3 different angles. He shows that it's like he's
I did
drawn
also
his
show it
weapon
from multiple angles. The
almost-
first shot is fired when he
Okay.
is off to the side.
I know. I was there.
It's through the windscreen.
You know what?
And it's like he is pulling his gun at the same time as she's
So-
pushing. It's like he was seeing something in her where he knew, but it's not like he had 10 minutes to react. Everybody keeps saying, why didn't you just step out of the way? And I feel like we've all watched this in slow motion so many times. Y'all are really forgetting that this happened in less than 7 seconds. All of it. The entire exchange.
So the way to, number one, a trained officer should never be in, he should have never have put himself into that position.
How much do you know about
Stop saying
training?
that.
How much do you really know about training?
I mean, I know
Can you
for
tell
a
me
fact
anything
that
about
that's
training for ICE?
No, you don't.
Enforcement? Tell me something. Anything about training for ICE agents?
First Amendment, what are
Anything
your
you know about
credentials?
really?
I mean, we can talk about the specific of training and so on, but let's think about it from the point of view of a human versus a giant box of metal that weighs a lot. Why would you put yourself in front of it for any kind of a reason?
He didn't intentionally do that. Once again, it's not like he was lingering. This is something I said earlier. He literally walked around the entire SUV as he was recording, and he had words with the wife, right? And then he heard his partner giving her orders to exit, and so he was making his way to his partner. He wasn't just standing in front of the car. I don't know why everybody keeps acting like
Also
he's
wrong.
hanging out.
He stepped in the middle of the vehicle, and he actually made a conceded step toward the vehicle prior to it driving forward. It was only until it began driving forward that he moved off to the side. I proved this to my opponent, and my opponent conceded this because he saw it himself.
I don't know what I would call it a concession.
That doesn't make your.
But
He
let's
literally
give you-
did.
let's
He
give you
did.
the point.
Leah,
I'm
stop.
gonna give it to you.
Stop.
I'm gonna give it to
This
you.
is a
I'm gonna give
basic
it to you.
facts thing. This is empirically shown.
Would you hit an ICE agent? Yes or no? Would you drive into an ICE agent? Simple yes or no. Would
No.
you hit an ICE agent?
I would
with
not
your
hit an
car?
ICE agent.
If an officer is in front of your car and he's telling you to get out of the car,
I would
what do
not.
you
I
do?
would not drive forward. I'm not saying that what she did was the
Right.
correct action. That's not what I said.
even
That's not what I'm
saying.
arguing.
I'm saying, don't you think he would think that if he were to point a gun at her and tell her to get out of the car, don't you think he would think she
Yeah.
would just
Well,
comply?
I'm
You
simply
think
pushing
he thought
back-
she was going to hit him?
I'm simply pushing back against the idea that he was walking towards his car. That's not true. He stood
Not
in
toward his
front of
car.
he stood in the middle, and he even made a conceded step toward the vehicle. It was only until it was put in drive that he moved out of the way, and then he fired. I showed this in the video. It is there. You can see it for yourself.
How does that contend with my point
Let
at
me
all?
remind, this is the video that she shared to us, and I just came across to kind of balance things out. Legal, which is leans to the left, also has another video, so you can you can watch both sides.
Yeah,
yes.
You can with what Leah was talking about.
Can you guys? I need to go to the toilet for just 1 second. Can you guys behave?
We'll try, Max.
I'll do my
Alright.
best.
Don't
No promises.
let's not fall into anarchy. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
With what you're talking about with, I don't think what you would call a double tap would be shooting somebody twice in the head with intent. There's also something called Mozambique, which would be shooting them in the chest and the head to ensure that.
Oh no, it was accidental. Is my
yeah. So it has different names. I'm not sure if it's the same in the US as it is in the UK, but in the UK with firearms training, it's sympathetic firing. So it would never happen with a bolt action rifle, but it can happen with semi-automatic weapons where if you don't have a proper grip on the weapon, where the recoil from the rifle, the gas discharge from the rifle causes the rifle or the firearm to rechamber the next round, reset the trigger. And if you don't have a firm grip, you can accidentally press the trigger again, which can then discharge another round and then set the whole process going again. It's usually because somebody has piss poor training and they're not gripping the rifle correctly or firearm. So I say rifle because I only have rifles and that's all I'm trained to shoot with. We're not allowed pistols in the UK.
I don't think we're talking about the same thing. I misunderstood what you meant before. I thought you were asking me if I meant it was intentional, as in he intentionally double tapped the trigger in that scenario, in which case I'm saying no. The double tap itself is meant to be intentional. He trained for years to be able to do that.
Yeah, so I think it was instinct. I think he perceived the reason that the second shots followed up, even though I concede First Amendment's point here, like the second and the third shot, as best as I can tell, the officer absolutely was not in the path of the vehicle at that point in time. But the shots were so close together that to separate them, we're talking fractions of a second. And I just think it was instinct. Right. It was bang, bang, bang. It was.
But he was out of the way on the first
3-round shots are the man.
On the first shot, he was out of the way. There was zero reason to shoot. Shooting wasn't going to magically make him safe.
If he was out of the way, he wouldn't have had internal bleeding, and you wouldn't see the footage of him being knocked back.
First of all, the reports the reports of the quote unquote internal bleeding came directly from ICE, and on top of the fact, he was discharged within the day. Bullshit. I call bullshit.
Do you think that a political
the agent was discharged?
1 second. Let Fudge Champions. He's been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
First Amendment, do you think a political climate where the left is referring to ICE as Nazis and illegitimate, and the mayor of Minneapolis and the governor of Minnesota are calling them illegitimate is going to stir hostility and make them feel a threat for their lives?
Yes.
Also completely irrelevant.
So you concede it's the radical left's fault that Renee Good is dead.
That has to do with their mindset, John. Actually, I disagree with what you're saying. I disagree with you.
I love it when you say the radical left. You don't have the left in the U.S. for fuck's sake. You just don't. They are left of right. But they're
no. Wait. Do you not acknowledge that there's a radical left? Do you not acknowledge there is a radical left?
Hey, Max, yes. I'll be honest with you.
Wow. I'm an actual communist.
Normally,
you don't have the left
that's
in the
radical.
US.
So Max, I'm gonna be honest with you. To me, it appears that like whatever is happening here, rather than actually addressing the topic, instead, what it is just more of the same kind of right-wing rhetoric, considering that I'm getting questions
here we go.
from Fudge Champion and Batman and Leah. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Can you shut the fuck up for a second? Just shut up.
Oh, Mr. Feminist.
Shut up.
Shut the fuck up. Interesting.
Just be quiet for a second. So Max, so Max, I'll be honest. I don't want to tolerate this any longer. I'm just going to head out.
All right.
You know, I want to have a calm debate, not whatever the fuck this is. Have a good day.
You're being called out.
Hey, bud.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tolerate that, guys. I don't know. Maybe we'll take some calls. I'll take some calls. But that was shit. Normally, Max's streams are much better than that, but that was pretty dog shit. Why would I waste my time with that bullshit? Let me see here. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was shit. Yeah, let me get my phone up. Hold on. Let me get my open phone up. Log in. All right, we're taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I do want to hear what you guys have to say. I apologize for getting upset at that person. They were being incredibly annoying. I mean, it's just the same stupid rhetoric coming from the right. Just dumb. I'll take your calls, though. 202-998-5218. It was a good conversation, but man, what a shame. Yerba Mate Talks is normally much better than that. Got a little bit of time, I guess. Raiden Jack says, if I had money for my cell, I'd call in. Oh, you can't call in? Sorry to hear that. I hope you have some better monetary luck later on. Daniel J says, they were making this partisan and you're biting. It was very nice to not have that actual MDD debate. They were making this partisan and you're biting. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I was just trying to make my peace and not, I didn't want to make it partisan. I mean, I feel that I'm addressing this, at a very, balanced level. I'm willing to acknowledge that she didn't act in the best interest. Let's see. AWOL says, hey, first, hop on that lay chick. She's a bit out of pocket. Hop on that Lee chick. Sorry, I told her to shut the fuck up. That's not cool. I said to myself that I was going to be nice. And that wasn't very nice. I just think she was being incredibly rude. And seeing Mr. Batman there, oh, Jesus, Mr. Batman is awful. I hate talking to that guy. And I was like, man, dude, I'm just surrounded by these fucking assholes. I'm like, fuck this. Fuck this. Daniel says, I don't have the funds to call into the U.S. either, but I also don't have much to say anything. You didn't really make it partisan. You tried your best not to. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. Let's see. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I do want to hear you out. Joepio says, I would call, but I'm an a-hole too. Let's see. Sh50 says, I think you did really well. She ruined it. I agree. Honestly, though, I know Mr. Batman. I know that guy. It's not the Mr. Batman that people think about, but it's a guy that operates under the name Batman. That is on the Modern Day Debate Discord, and boy, do I not miss him. I did not get along with him. He was a moderator. He would overly mod me because we disagreed on topics, and it was very clear to me that he was extremely partisan. And seeing Mr. Batman, I'm like, I could have guessed what Mr. Batman's position was regarding ICE protesters. He would have come up with every single reason why the ICE officer was justified in killing it, even though anybody rational would tell you, no, it's just ridiculous. Like, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't appear to be a good situation. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. You should have told that Lee chick off. I told her to shut the fuck up, but I was just, yeah, that wasn't very nice. I'm trying to be nicer. I'm doing what I can. By the way, if you guys have not hit like on the video, please, if you could. Yeah, I'm telling, yeah, actually, I'm just gonna, let's see here. Daniel says, "You're doing good. You're much nicer than the previous debates I remember." Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm trying. AWOL says, have you enjoyed your vacation? My vacation's not over. Still got 2 more days. But yes, I'm very much enjoying it. I'm enjoying it greatly. Thank you. You almost brought JI99A James says you almost brought him back around, but the soy was too strong in the end. It's funny. It's funny. You're talking about the time that I was agreeing with AWOL yesterday. So close, but that pesky empathy just jumped in the way. Yeah, well, maybe you should have some empathy. Empathy is good. You want empathy. Hey, if nobody calls in, I'm going to call it for the stream. It's late. It's 12 in the morning. I'm tired. But damn, man, that normally Yerba Mate Talks is like super friendly and fun and nice, but that did not happen that time around. What a shame. I got a bad taste in my mouth. All right, here we go. You're on the line with First Amender.
What's going on? It's Joepio.
Hey, Joepio.
He had a nice little debate there.
God, fucking douchebags. I'm sorry. Just assholes.
That's good entertainment, you know?
Just wanting to dogpile. I don't know. It's moments like that where it's like, you know, I mean, you could tell, like, just based on the questioning, like right away, they come in, they're like, well, you know, the left saying that they should resist, you know, don't you think that's increasing violence towards ICE officers? And I'm like, sure. You know, I mean, you need to maintain being a professional as an officer. I mean, you could literally insult an officer day in and day out, as long as you're not obstructing them. And you should be fine. Sh50 just donated $9.99. Thank you so much, Sh50. Send her some likes, send her some love. W first. Thank you so much, 50, for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and everybody wish her a happy early birthday. It's her birthday in a week. So.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Well, go ahead, Joe. I want to hear what you have to say.
No. I mean, did you want me to stay on the topic that you were just debating, or do you want me to switch it a little bit? Or
you could switch it if you like.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm very much over that topic you've been on, but I also don't want to go down another. You can cut it off at any point because it is late for me too. But I just was thinking about the chess thing because, you know, I'm a chess guy. Anyway, and I thought of 2 more points after I got off the call with you that I was like, okay, maybe because here's my thing.
Here's my thing. Currently, right? It appears that men are better at chess, but I'm saying My only contention is I just think that the sample size for men is a lot higher. And so it seems like men are better when I believe it's likely there's not enough women in chess.
Gotcha. And I'm not trying to like, beat a dead horse or whatever the expression is or whatever, but it's just kind of funny from my perspective. There's two different things I wanted to point out that I didn't mention last night. One, do you play any competitive games that are ranked? Like, have you ever played like Call of Duty or something?
I mean, I played League of Legends for a little while. I played CSGO.
There you go. Yeah, CSGO is perfect. League of Legends, same exact thing. They are both using the chess algorithm for rating people. They copied the exact same thing, and then they altered it a smidge. Apex Legends does it. All these games are doing a very similar thing, and I don't know the League of Legends ranking things, but what I'm saying is like they make little brackets, and the numerical value is all that matters in chess and in Call of Duty and in Apex or whatever, but they put a little symbol so people can go, oh, I'm the purple star, I'm the platinum, da-da-da-da-da. And so it doesn't actually mean as much as what you were making it out to be.
Yeah. Are you able, do you have me on speakerphone? Because I can hear you crackling.
Crackling?
Yeah. Like I hear a clipping. It would be very annoying for anybody who's listening, but
How about now? I just switched you to speaker. I wonder if my facial hair was rubbing the mic or maybe.
No, I don't think it's that. I think it's you just clipping. And yes, you sound much better.
Okay, well, I'll say it like this if that's better for you. Yeah, my apologies. I can't hear it. I have you muted on my laptop.
Daniel J is saying, "Oh, that's where the salt came from at League of Legends." I don't play League of Legends because, unironically, out of all games that make me upset, League of Legends is, next level upset. Like I'll play Dark Souls and I'll be perfectly fine with being stuck on a boss for 5-6 hours and just die 40-50 times. That doesn't bother me at all. League of Legends, I throw shit. Yeah. I break stuff. It's awful.
It's a different animal.
Awful.
Like I only play competitive games for that reason.
Yeah, and but it's the only one. That never happened with CSGO. That never happened with any competitive game that I played. League of Legends, it just did something to me that I was like, this is not good. I'm getting out.
It's very competitive.
No more.
Well, and the thing that, and also I explain this because League of Legends is the same thing as Dota and Heroes of the Storm. And what I try to tell people because I play Dota, is that those games are actually way more complex than chess. And chess has 9 million possibilities after move 4. And it seems like an infinite pit. But the thing with League of Legends and Dota is that every millisecond you're clicking and you're moving around, and every single click has a positive or negative effect. And so it's like you're constantly on the edge of your seat playing those things. And I actually got so mad, I stood up and did one of I forget the video of the kid that flips out, but I got up and I took my keyboard and smashed it across the side of my table.
Yeah.
I've got mad at those games.
It's not good. It's not good.
But anyway, my point is that they make the sections, and it's just like if you're doing fights or something, they make heavyweight, lightweight, welterweight. They make sections because if you were if there's 10 tiers in League of Legends and the top tier is all the professionals, tier number 10, and you're tier number 9, tier number 10 people stomp you, and it's not even fun anymore. It makes you want to quit the game because they stomp you so bad. Mm-hmm. And that's what it is with chess, is that the difference between the elo of the women and of the men is so different. The women would give up chess because it would make them so miserable. And to point this on an easier level that I know you really can't dispute, but I didn't say this last night, come to terms with why is it that in the game of chess, the women obtain titles at a lower rating than the men? Meaning, if I am 2,000 rated as a man, I am called an expert at chess. If I am 2,000 rated as a female, I am called a master. How come I have to hit to 2,200 to become a master and the woman has to hit 2,000? It's because they believe there's a difference in the sexes and they separated the categories.
Yeah, I would have to look at why. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm not expecting you to know off the top of your head or whatever, or even I don't even know how you would look that up. But my point is that you can look up Alexander Botez right now, and she's like 2,100, and it will say that she's a FIDE master, but you have to be 2,200 to get that.
I mean, I think like the highest rating that Judith Polgar was 2735.
27 something, yeah.
2735. And the highest that Magnus Carlsen hit was 2,882. You know.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Okay. And okay. So and also just.
I mean, you're talking like 150 points here.
Okay. But
I mean, is that really that big of a deal?
How many points are gained and lost by a game? How many points are won and lost? Do you know?
Like 30, 40?
No. So typically at the lower levels, they've changed it. Typically at the lower levels, it starts on a mathematical equation of 12, meaning that if they're equal ranked, they gain 12 ranking points. Once you hit that high level, the Magnus Carlsen level, that you're so high above everybody, every single person he beats, he gains 1 rating point. Every single time he loses 32. So he has to consistently win over and over and over again and not even tie with people, because actually if he ties, he loses 16 rating points.
Wow.
So he has to win 16 games just to justify losing 1 game to somebody.
Wow.
That's why I'm saying this level of 2,800 is insane. Nobody can get to it. And Judith Polgar hit 27, but it was something, I thought it was 41. But anyway, it's an incredible number. But that was her peak. Magnus Carlsen has maintained. These people have maintained their rating. She just got there for 1 tournament based on her performance, and then the next tournament she played, her rating dropped.
So here's the thing, right? Again, like this still doesn't really address, like, I believe personally that if you just have less people competing in a specific, you know, group, category, whatever, the probability of seeing more people at that higher level drops. And I don't think that there's like an inherent characteristic of one being worse. I think it is likely because there's just less. And the scientific studies that I've presented seem to follow.
No, I got you. And it's hard to disprove that, because it's just, you're just saying, hey, if there's more people in it, then there's bound to be, you know, if more women did bricklaying, I bet you there'd be better bricklayers that are women.
Yeah.
Like the logic isn't flawed, but it's just like it's you know, it's like, what do we do? Are you saying that? Because I'm telling you, we could take over every single country, force women to stay at home and study chess all day, and every single woman on the planet could do it, and they're not going to pass Magnus Carlsen. And they're not even going to become close.
Well, I don't know. And it could also be like a lack of interest as well. That could be a factor. But here, like just as an example, I mean, I can provide this. I don't know if you'll find this convincing at all, but I'll provide this in Paint for people to see. If it would just please show Paint. Hold on. Come on, Paint. What is happening? Where's my Paint? Where's Paint? I'm looking, I'm sorry. Where did my Paint go? Just give me a sec. Why no show? I'm trying to pull up my Paint. I literally have no idea why Paint is not showing. Hold on.
Don't hate on Paint. That's a classic. That's an OG program.
Let's see. Yeah, I have Paint up, but I can't find it for some reason. The fuck? What the fuck? Where did it go? Okay, whatever. It's here now. All right. And then what is this? What is this in the corner here? Hold on. Chrome? I have Chrome up twice. I have 2 Chromes. Why do I have Chrome twice? Hold on. Here, I'll just. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, so. Yeah, so like, let's say, for example, I got this funnel, right? And in the funnel, I've got, you know, I'm throwing in a bunch of black balls and an occasional red ball, right? What's the chance at the bottom, you know, of the funnel, the first ball that comes out is going to be a black ball or a red ball, right? Considering I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 black balls to 1 red ball. You know, I venture to say that if I did perform this experiment 100 times, huge majority, we would observe there would be a lot more black balls finishing first. Right. And I think that's what's likely happening when you have a lack of interest in a particular, subject such as chess. I mean, let's just face it. Women are less inclined to be interested in competition like this. That's not to say that there aren't women that enjoy competition. I'm sure there are. I'm saying it's typically less than that for men. It's not because of a lack of ability. It's likely just a lack of interest. And so when you see a lot more black balls, well, when you look at the tail ends of the distribution, you're probably going to see more of the black balls than you would see red balls. And so it makes it seem like, okay, therefore women are worse at chess. I reject that hypothesis. I don't see any, genetic or brain indication that it's like, okay, somehow women would be worse at chess. And we went over various sex differences, and there's nothing about chess that would be, okay, you just can't, you're less capable than that of a man.
Yeah, and like I said, I agreed, and I brought up my points and I was speculative because I have to make it up too on why there's the gap. But the thing I think a better way of looking at this maybe is, I don't know why you're clinging so much onto this. Like, I get the whole trying to make the genders equal and stuff, but it's like, is it such a terrible, terrible thing that men happen to be better at chess and women happen to be better at gymnastics? Because, like, is the world going to end because that's a factual reality? Like, I don't think it's such a bad thing, but I have to sit here and we did a 40-minute talk last night. Right now we're on 15 minutes, like, trying to convince you of something that's been like this since the dawn of time.
I think it is, well, because I think it's a misconception for chess, and it is a point, it's a hot take that people look at and they're like, oh, you've got to be wrong about that. And I think if you think about it heavily, you realize, okay, well, maybe there's something to that. That's what my hot takes do, is that, things that they don't seem as obvious as they look on the surface, I guess.
Yeah, and that's why I commented on this one, because I actually only got through about 60 of yours, but it was funny. I was on like number 60 and I only agreed with 4. And so there's plenty to
You disagree with all of them?
Oh yeah. Like,
why?
I even got to the final like 30. Well, that's what I'm saying. You had a whole bunch about gender, and I'm just like, I just don't care enough to argue about that. But my thing is, the way I looked at your list was, I was like, look, I am a multiple-time state chess champion with 25 years experience in this field. Like, if I can't convince him on the chess topic, how in the world could I ever convince you on anything else? Like, I don't. There's not a shot.
Yeah.
Anybody
Well,
in the chat has.
I learned something about the rating system, which is cool. I like learning new things from people.
Once again, if you just Google top 100 players, you would see a different numerical value than that little.
I understand they're all men,
much better.
And I agree with you. They're all men.
It's not about the men. It's about looking at the it's the numbers. You can even ignore the names. I don't care about the gender. What I'm saying is that you can see that there is a shit ton of these people at 27 to 2800 at the top, and none of them are women. And then at the bottom, all of a sudden, one just pops in there at one point in history, and you're like, oh yeah, that's equal. And it's just like, men have consistently.
Well, I'm saying women are certainly capable of performing it. I mean, I would imagine most men don't operate at the level of Magnus. Well, they did. I think Judith Polgar did do it. I think it's good enough.
But she, that's what I'm saying. But she, even at her peak, on her best day, at that 27, whatever.
That's very good.
She would have to have like a perfect tournament. Magnus would have to have food poisoning. Like, there would have to be a whole bunch of things to make all the stars align for her to make it into the world championship. But that doesn't take away that she's still one of the best players that has ever lived. Like, she's phenomenal.
Yeah.
It's just, but there are levels to it. And so it's just like, it's kind of like you're trying to make high school footballers play in the NFL. And it's like, nah, there's levels to this. Like,
I mean, 27-35, that's not, I feel like
but that's what I'm, but that's
that
what
high
saying.
of a rating. You are the NFL.
No. I'm saying, if you look at the numerical value,
the difference is like the difference between, I don't know, fucking.
But do you remember the numbers I told you about Magnus? He has to win 32 times for every time he loses.
Yeah, no.
That means that she has to go. She would have to win like 200 times against Magnus in a row just to be on level.
Yeah, I get it.
And she's not even going to win once, but she has to win 200 times in a row.
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. So, and like I said this before, if you would have Googled the top 100, the thing that it shows is the gap is so different that's the weight classes. You literally are trying to make a light heavyweight fight a heavyweight. They would.
Yeah, I don't
the
know if it's
organization
that
actually
dramatic.
would not allow it.
I don't know if it's that dramatic.
No, it is. Literally right now, myself, I'm a rated chess player. You can look me up. If I go into a tournament and I try to jump into a higher category, they will warn me.
Okay.
It is allowed. You have to pay a fee. It's an extra fee to play up as well, because the higher people have to risk their rating to play you. There's a whole bunch to it, but the point is that if I go up a rating class, mathematically in a 9-game tournament, I'm supposed to lose all 9 games. How is that fun? If I go down to my category where my rating is and I play people on my rating, then I'm going to go about 50-50 at least, or if I have a good tournament, then I'm going to win all my games. If I have a bad tournament, I'm going to lose most of them. But you're saying, nope, the women can just jump in and maybe they have a chance. And I'm telling you, they would go into the tournament and go 0 for 9, 0 for 9, 0 for 9, 0 for 9. And it's been that way since the game's been invented. And and you could throw as many women as you want at it, but for some reason, and I don't have the answer, it doesn't seem to be happening. And we have thrown millions trying to get women good at chess, including here in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of the world. They literally had a program where they set aside, I think it was $4 million just for girls in chess. And they have a shit ton of good girls right now.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm telling you that the studies, what they show that that the reason why that you see men dominating top level chess is primarily underrepresentation and cultural bias. It's not because of some inherent skill difference.
Well, my point is, what would give the credentials or the credibility to whatever you're reading? Like it sounds like a non-chess player
studies to show the opposite.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but it's just like you're like, it's like every single I can go to every single tournament.
If you can find some empirical backing, I'll take a look at it.
No, I'm saying it's the opposite. I'm saying there is zero evidence to support what you believe, and there is nothing but my evidence across.
I mean,
the
there's
globe.
your personal experience, but I'm saying that like a scientist is going to be able to understand co-founding variables or variables that would not be related to the phenomenon that is happening and be able to rule out the phenomenon that is happening. I'm not sure if
Why would you believe that?
I don't think that you believe. Well, that's what scientists are trained to do.
Well, I know, but okay. Do you realize how loosely you're throwing the term scientists? You're just like, a scientist said that the chess players are doing it because of this reason. So that's the truth. But that doesn't prove anything. That just means that somebody, I could go sit at a chess tournament.
But it's not like one scientist. You know, it's like a lot of scientists.
But that's what I'm saying is like, I don't even, as somebody that has been in the field and knows quite a bit about it, I don't understand what they could even possibly claim to be studying. They can't go, oh, well, we showed up at a local high school tournament and then we surveyed 100 girls. Like there's no way to to prove what you're saying. They're just like, oh, we think women are intimidated by men. And because there's less women in the sport, that's why they're not good. And it's like, there's no way to prove. These are just like random statements that there's no way to do a study.
I mean, we could go over the studies if that's what you're interested in.
No. I know you love your studies. I've seen you read your articles, but that's what I'm saying. But it doesn't make any sense. It's like, oh, so we're going to tell you about chess players without actually knowing what a chess piece is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, oh, but you got to believe the scientists. It's like, no, I'd rather believe the chess people about chess, and I'd rather believe the mechanic about the issues with my car.
But it's like,
you guys are just like, no.
I mean, if you're talking about like a mechanic about the car versus like a scientist that studies cars, probably the scientist that studies cars is probably going to be far more in depth than just the mechanic.
You think so? You think a scientist that writes articles for like a college and works on a campus and whatever, and just talks about the philosophy of cars, you think that person is going to be more experienced to fix your car than a mechanic that's been doing it 10 years?
That's a fundamental misunderstanding of how science works. It's not writing philosophy papers.
I know, but everything that you're saying is kind of hoopla, wooey. without even know the word to throw on it, because it's chess. It's a board game. It's gender neutral.
No, but there's a statistic. It can be a statistics game. You know, especially regarding these ratings. It's absolutely a scientific question.
And I'm saying mathematically, it shows without a shadow of a doubt that women have not and
let me
will
ask
not
you
ever
this.
be as close to men at the level.
Are women and men, are they equally smart?
We already did this one. That's your 36 or whatever. I don't see any evidence. I think we're wired differently, but I don't see any evidence to lead me to go and make the claim that one is smarter than the other.
Okay, yeah. So we're in agreement that women and men are equal. So then what if it is not the reasons that I had said, what is the reason?
I already told you that that I think it's the physical body. It's the actual physical endurance. It's about what's going on internally, because that will play with your mental as well.
I have not seen a single study to argue that.
But you won't ever find a study like that. That doesn't exist. It's just
if
like,
you got it,
you want to go find a study about how
that's
during a
so
tournament?
that's the way that I operate. I operate on that. I look for empirical evidence for something being said, because otherwise I could posit all sorts of things with no backing behind it. I need to have backing if I plan to take your claim seriously. I don't see anything regarding that a woman would not be able to handle the endurance required to play chess. If you have a study, though, to show that, hey, look at this, this portion of the amygdala or this hormonal connection causes the stress levels to rise and women less capable of handling that. Sure. Show me. I'd be interested in what is the exact working mechanism based on your hypothesis.
It's just, yeah.
Read up on it. See if you can find it. I'm sure if you could.
It doesn't exist. You're talking.
But wait, it could. If there is something like that, then there would be a mechanism that could be pointed at. Like, hey, here's the mechanism.
It just doesn't exist, and but this is what I'm saying is that, like, listening to you on saying that you see no evidence. Honestly, it reminds me of like an 8th grade or 6th grade teacher teaching gravity to kids or something, where they just have a ball and they're like, see, I dropped the ball and boom, it hits the ground, and I pick the ball up and I drop it and it hits the ground, and you're just like watching the ball hit the ground, and you're like, I see no evidence to prove that gravity exists, and it's just like all we have is evidence. There's actually everything is pointing in the direction that men are superior at chess, and there's zero evidence supporting that women are better. But you're like, well, this one article says they're equal, so I'm going to go with that over millions of other pieces of evidence. It's just like, I don't know what to do with that.
So here, let me help you out. Okay, so I mean, you're saying that something in the physical body prevents a woman from being able to, great. Okay, so what I would need is like, hey, show me the study that shows exactly that, some sort of mechanism that hey, this is what it is. So an example of for example, when I'm talking about, say, for example, if I have stress, does it cause heart attacks? Stress does cause heart attacks, and there's very, very specific mechanisms where that happens. You have psychological stress, which activates the sympathetic nervous system. And what that activates is the HPA axis, or the hypothalamus to the pituitary to the adrenal glands. It floods the body with epinephrine, norepinephrine, as well as cortisol. And those hormones increase heart rate. It increases blood pressure. And it also increases your cardiac contractility, as in the heart is squeezing much harder, which causes vasoconstriction. The blood vessels tighten. The result is the heart needs much more oxygen. So there you go. I can show very direct mechanistic paths on, say, stress causing a heart attack. If there is an example, a mechanism of a woman being incapable of handling the stress of a of a chess game, or is they're emotionally incapable, then certainly there's a mechanistic pathway. And I'd be more than happy to observe a paper, in which case, if you can show me that, I will say you are correct about that. I remove that from the list.
So just like as an easier one, so you think Caitlin Clark is better than Michael Jordan? Or they're equals?
No, men are typically stronger physically.
And that's what I'm saying for chess. Chess is a sport.
Okay. What I need is a mechanistic pathway. Some mechanism that shows that that's the case. I know that there are mechanisms involved why women are weaker than men in general. Testosterone increases muscle growth, and it promotes muscles to maintain their size. With the lack of testosterone, you just are going to have less muscles. It's just the way it is. So that's a mechanistic pathway. I know men in general are stronger. That doesn't mean that there aren't women that are stronger than men. There are. There's some overlap there. I'm saying in general, men are stronger than women. That's true. So what I need then for chess is a mechanistic pathway. Show me that it's the fact with a scientific. No. You say it, but I have no indication that that's the case. So I'm asking you have no indication show me where that is the case. But I do.
What proof do you have?
The fact that testosterone increases your muscle mass.
And I'm using the exact same thing for chess. I told you it's a physical thing that's affecting their bodies while they're playing a game of chess.
Then provide me the mechanism. Then provide me the mechanism.
What are you looking for?
Show me a study.
Are you looking for an organ?
No, you just show me the study. Show me the study where they're like, hey, this is the reason why women can't
show me the study that says Caitlin Clark is better than Michael Jordan.
I don't need to. I could just show you how testosterone increases muscle mass. Michael Jordan is a male, has more testosterone. He's going to be stronger.
That's what I'm saying.
I think we'll leave it at that. I don't know.
Making me prove that Michael Jordan's better than Caitlin Clark right now. I don't know how I have to prove this. Because you accept the Caitlin Clark Michael Jordan example without even batting an eye.
Yeah, because there's a mechanism. I know the mechanism. The mechanism that you're referring to, though, I am not aware of that mechanism. Provide the mechanism. I'll take a look at it.
Cardio.
Where? How? It's
lung
chess.
Capacity,
it's not a running track meet. People aren't breathing super heavily and sweating like crazy. All right, then show me. Show it to me.
They've actually done studies on this. It's so funny.
All you got to do is show me. Just show me, and I'll read it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just on a call right now. Do I need to get on my $4,000 computer and get on Discord and
send it to me? Yeah, I'll take a look at it. I'll say that I'm wrong.
No, it's not a matter of being right or wrong. I think it's absurd, the article. It says that chess players burn 16,000 calories in a day. It's a very absurd article.
What?
But I'm saying that, but that's what you like. You prefer if it's in an article form, then it becomes fact.
Not an article. Not an article. A study. An article is not a study. These are very different things. A study is a careful empirical analysis. They have an abstract. They have a method. They have a conclusion. They show the exact experiment that was performed. They have a null hypothesis. This is what a paper is. I'm not asking for an article.
Okay, but could you concede or wrap your head around the thought of not everything has a study done on it?
Yes.
Okay. Whew. Okay.
But that's why scientists are always researching this stuff. But here's the thing. I'm trying to say that you say that, hey, it's because of this. Where did you get that from?
I could be wrong.
Well, you get it from your personal experience. I don't have that personal experience, right? So maybe your experience may be different. Maybe it is off. Maybe your perception is incorrect. This is why I think it's important to have backing behind, not just your personal experience.
And I agree, But my issue with it is I don't know what you could possibly think you're looking for. It's not like you're growing a plant.
I gave you exactly what I'm looking for.
Study.
Some sort of mechanism.
Well, I know, but I gave you the exact answer and you didn't like it.
No, I'm saying that I don't. Yeah, I don't accept it because I don't believe that women are less capable physically to do chess. It's not like it's 100-pound king piece.
It's a thing. I'm saying the article is absurd, but it is actually physically demanding. All right,
well, show it to me. I'll read it. We'll look at it together. I'm not against it.
Let me just ask you this way, because I probably can find that article. It's old. That's at least 15.
Well,
years old.
I do want to mention though. I think I am going to head to bed after this call. It's like it's almost 1 in the morning. I appreciate you calling in though, Joepio. I hope you call back.
Yeah, I don't want to hold you up. We could wrap it up. No, I'll be back or whatever. I don't want to hold you up.
Sounds good then. You have a great day, Joe.
I'm going to read through the other takes. I'm sure I'll find another one.
Sounds good. Bye-bye, Joe.
Have a nice, sir.
Bye. All right, y'all. I was Joepio. I know it seems like that I'm being elitist when it comes to requesting studies. I think it is important, though, that if you do plan on holding something to a high degree of conviction, it should be trivial to find evidence if you are correct. And so if you want to have that, right, show me the evidence. I will be glad to accept it and move on, right? I'm a truth seeker. I'm looking for truth. I'm not looking to be proven right, proven wrong. It's about, hey, if I am wrong, show me. In which case, more than happy, you will see me change my opinion on a dime, instantaneously. Anyway, I'm going to head to bed. I'm tired. And you guys have a great rest of your night. I hope you guys had a good time. Subscribe if you're